spirit of the Barbadian people. Joining me this morning is Major Alfred Taylor, or military commentator from the Barbados Defense Force, who will guide us through the intricacies of today's parade and help us appreciate the significance of each segment. So, welcome, Barbados. Welcome, Major Taylor.
Thank you. Very good morning to you.
Now, before we dive into the parade, can you tell us what goes into the preparation for such a grand event as our Independence Day parade, even as we look on as the various armed and unarmed troops prepare to get on the field here at Kensington Oval?
Well, as you will imagine, a spectacle of this magnitude takes a lot of preparation and planning. Everything from the choice of the location, to the numbers of troops on parade, to the format and layout of the parade. Doesn't change very much from year to year, but of course we have different people doing things and they have to be taken through their paces. So rehearsals will begin for the armed units and also for the unarmed units who, as you will appreciate, may not be as familiar with drill and parades and these things as the armed units are. But a lot of preparation. We've had a lot of rehearsals, and I am very happy to report that we are ready.
Now, the Kensington Oval was recently renovated. To the right of your screen, you can see what is now referred to as the grandstand. And we expect hundreds, if not thousands, of Barbadians to set out this morning to experience this spectacle. Not only here within the confines of Kensington Oval, but most certainly as the officers take to the streets around the immediate environs to march through Bridgetown. Today, the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honourable Mia Amor-Motley, will take her salute in front of the Parliament building. Major Taylor, talk to us about what's happening.
Well, so that the troops know exactly where they're going to be on parade, we have the parade markers in place. So each person standing there is the right marker for his detachment. When they march on, they will know exactly where to go and exactly where to halt.
How many troops do we expect from the Barbados Defense Force to be on display in this morning's presentation?
Well, naturally, we must have a guard of honor when we have the president in attendance. We will also have the usual detachments from the Barbados Coast Guard, a detachment from the Corps of Women of the Barbados Defense Force, a detachment from the Barbados Regiment Reserve, and of course the bands, massed bands of the Barbados Police Service, Barbados Defense Force, and Barbados Cadet Corps, and 3 armed units from the Barbados Cadet Corps.
I know that the Barbados Youth Advance Corps featured heavily last year, and there were so many females who had become a part of that organization that they had their own outfit.
Indeed, indeed, and a pretty impressive spectacle it was.
Now, I know that you are one of the people at the helm of the Barbados Cadet Corps. Explain to us how you go about determining precisely what they wear. There are a number of different ceremonial outfits that we've seen from the Corps over the years. This year, again, they're wearing this special uniform that we know was designed for a very special occasion.
Well, as you would expect, the military has different standards of dress for different occasions. So we have our training wear when we're out in the field and getting all muddy. And we have our usual parade uniform when we do our parades at school, etc. And of course, on days like today, we have our ceremonial uniforms. And the Cadet Corps is no different. In fact, all of the armed units on parade will be wearing their very best ceremonial uniforms today.
We're now looking at
the march on of the armed units, led of course by the parade adjutant, Captain Natalie Haynes, and we see marching on the first detachment comprising the Barbados Coast Guard, followed immediately by the Corps of Women of the Barbados Defense Force.
And it's mixed. So we are seeing ladies from the Coast Guard, as well as
Right across the breadth of the Barbados Defence Force, the women have come together to form a special detachment for today's parade. Barbados Coast Guard in their iconic white uniforms. Corps of Women led by Second Lieutenant Josephine Aline, and carrying their submachine guns.
Now we know there are going to be a number of firsts for today's presentation. Namely, we're going to have 3 ladies who are going to take on very important roles.
Well, this is quite an occasion. The parade commander, the parade second in command, and the parade adjutant, all women. Here we have the members of the Barbados Police Service. Marching proudly with a very good arm swing.
So at this stage, as we see them march on, we've seen the markers in place, and of course
So there are several distinct phases to any parade, and we are in essentially phase 1, that is to get all the troops on parade, beginning with the armed units.
Now we've mentioned the armed units who will be on parade. As far as the unarmed units are concerned, who can we look forward to seeing
Well,
today?
the usual list of the unarmed units, we have the scouts and guides and St. John Ambulance, Fire Service, Prison Service, a long list of service personnel.
I am told that this time around we're also going to see some young recruits or young cadets who are a part of the Barbados Fire Service.
Yes, a very interesting development with the Barbados Fire Service. For the first time, we'll have on parade the Fire Service cadets. And that is an interesting development, actually, to see how this transition of the next generation beginning early and in a fairly formal way.
And as we look at these young faces marching by, talk to us, particularly in your role as a head of the young part of the BDF through the cadets, of how important it is for the participation of the Barbados Cadet Corps in terms of fostering a sense of patriotism among our young people.
Well, you're looking at it. You're looking at the future. All of the high achievements that we will witness in later life begins with a solid foundation. The Barbados Cadet Corps is committed to providing that solid foundation as it has done for the past 120 years.
So if you're just joining us, we are still getting in place the armed people who will be on parade today are just making their way onto the field here at Kensington Oval, onto the parade square as it is referred to. And there you can see the precision with which they are getting into place.
Indeed, all set up very nicely by the markers who are in place, and they will mark the spots where each detachment halts. And if we get it right, and I'm sure you will, it will be a perfect hollow square.
As we reflect on all that has happened before, and most certainly look forward to what we can expect today, let's take a brief look, Major, at the importance of having the military at the helm of events like the Independence Day Parade.
Well, planning and the execution of any activity is very much part of the military way of doing things. The administrative instructions which we produce cover every conceivable detail of what is to happen and when, in what sequence. And that is something that the military is particularly skilled at. And therefore, the responsibility for national parades like this is always almost entrusted to the Barbados Defence Force under the direct supervision of the serving Chief of Staff, which I'm sure you will know by now is the young Brigadier Carlos Lovell. This is his first Independence Parade, and if you know anything about Brigadier Lovell and understand the kind of standards he sets for himself and others, you know that every single detail has been taken care of on this parade. Here we see the first of our top trio of women. This is Captain Natalie Haynes, the parade adjutant. Her job is to make sure everything is in place. So she will get all the troops in place in preparation for handover to the parade's second in command. She's assisted.
The unarmed detachments of the right half are marching onto the parade ground.
By the what we call the conducting warrant officer. If you see the Coast Guard officer directly opposite Captain Haynes, his job is to assist her in getting all the alignment, etc., just right.
The Barbados Boy Scouts Association and their band are the first detachment, led by Venture Scout Zachary Hoyt.
Naturally, the armed units are the first on parade and holding steady as they await the march on of the unarmed units.
And this must be quite a proud moment, particularly for the members of these various organizations who've not had an opportunity to participate at the national level and on this stage.
Well, it's an annual event for most of the uniformed organizations in Barbados. They look forward to having a presence on a parade like this. You will see the Boy Scouts.
Proudly marching by.
They'll be followed by the St. John Ambulance Association.
A name that we've heard associated with this parade for many years.
Indeed.
Indeed, very proud to see them still going strong and with so many young faces parading today.
Yes, I think most organizations like the St. John Ambulance are making a concerted effort to involve and include more young people. That is the way the organizations will attain sustainability. This section of the parade, this side of the parade, is marched on by the band of the Barbados Defence Force. In their charming Zouave uniform.
Just ahead of them, we saw those red shirts.
That will be the fire service and their cadets, fire service cadets on parade for the first time.
Another group that used to feature heavily at this parade, the Barbados Landship Association.
The Barbados Landship is back, and back with a bang, I think. Again, a real strong effort to boost the numbers and to preserve that part of our culture and our heritage.
And here the cadets are for the first time. And these programs with young people feed into services like the BDF and now the Barbados Fire Service very well. A lot of these recruits become actual officers as you did.
Indeed, and this is very much part of I want to say, a national plan to make sure that we keep our organizations alive and well by training young people into the philosophy and the culture of these organizations from as early as possible. The Barbados Cadet Corps, as I mentioned, has done that for many, many years. I'm happy to say I'm a product of that training.
And you will see quite a bit of activity happening as they march past. You'll see members of the Girl Guides Association and other officials, the ushers and so on, making way for the dignitaries who will be making their way here to Kensington Oval in just a matter of minutes.
Indeed, the flag bearers, etc., are just off parade at the moment, awaiting their turn to join in the proceedings. Here we see the masked band of the Barbados Police Service and Barbados Defence Force awaiting another element which will join them.
The Barbados Youth Advance Corps there in the foreground a moment ago.
We're still waiting for this side of the parade to reach their location and to be steady on parade, and then we'll have another side march on.
To the untrained eye, it seems as though they're going all around.
They are indeed
the
going all
field.
around. Their position on the, as I face it, left side of the parade takes them all the way around the ground. So it's a little bit of a long march.
Just marching past the Malcolm Marshall end of the ground. And can we take a moment to appreciate the iconic, historic Kensington Oval, which has undergone a comprehensive transformation, of course, in keeping with plans to transform the cricket ground into becoming a premier destination for world-class events like this one.
Like this one.
And even later this evening, right here at Kensington Oval, there's also going to be the culmination of the Prime Minister's Cup.
Prime Minister's Cup.
Absolutely.
A full day of activity and celebration of our independence. The fire service and their cadets finally reaching their spot on the parade. They will advance and stand at ease as we await the next group of the unarmed units, which will comprise the Government Security Guards, the Barbados Youth Advance Corps, and the Girl Guides Association of Barbados. Each detachment will be parading its flag on parade today, and the flag orderlies will be brought on once all the troops, flag bearers will be brought on once all the troops are steadily in place. Center screen, we see the Guard of Honor made up by the members of the Barbados Regiment. Guard of Honor normally comes in two halves, right half and left half. And we have a full Guard of Honor today, which must be present whenever Her Excellency the President is expected to be on parade. Led by the Barbados Prison Service, followed by the Barbados Government Security Guards. They are being marched on to the parade by the band of the Barbados Cadet Corps, regaining strength and sounding pretty good.
All right, he has to go upstairs. Hold on. Where those persons are sitting?
Yeah.
You go there. So just tell the.
You know, it's interesting that service continues. I can spot, because I happen to know some of them, many former members of the Barbados Defense Force who go on after retiring from the Barbados Defense Force to serve in the prison service and other services, indeed, including the government security guards.
All right. I guess you can. So that we got there, got walk so far.
Band of the Barbados Cadet Corps in their
But I will walk to you.
rather attractive toy soldier uniform, which made its debut actually many years ago. And it's also interesting to know that the standard of drill among the elements of the unarmed units is actually right up there. It's pretty good.
And the venue commentator is just kind of bringing up the rear of what we told you a few moments ago.
Indeed. The members of the Barbados Cadet Corps band have now joined the other bands on parade to form the massed band for today's parade. Each with its drum major and the director of music.
Yeah, morning. How are you? Thank you for joining us.
Oh, congratulations!
Very much happy Independence Day. Hi, you in the coalition?
One of the remarkable things about today's parade is that wonderful mix of youth and experience. We have some of the, tried and tested service persons on parade, giving guidance, giving of their experience, and then a lot of young people.
I dare say I have seen far more youthful faces.
And this says to me that the future of Barbados is bright, is strong. When we get people volunteering and subscribing their time to this level of discipline, that translates directly to how they will perform in the workplace, how they will perform as government workers. And that puts Barbados, I believe, in a very good place.
The stands are filling up nicely here at the Kensington Oval. If you're making your way here, I'm sure there are lots of people outside. Some of you still at home getting ready to come on down. Now is the time as we get the parade participants on the parade square and prepare for the arrival of various dignitaries.
So with the Girl Guides Association of Barbados bringing up the rear, as it were, with their very own corps of drums, which I'm sure we will hear when they hit the road, all of the troops will be on parade, and then we will move on to the next phase.
Let's take a moment to talk about the masked band and how their performance really enhances these celebrations.
Oh, a parade is not a parade without good music. Absolutely essential. And we have a pretty good selection of music today, most, if not all of which, will feature music composed or arranged by bandsmen or former bandsmen.
And we always look forward to hearing a few of the national classics as well as some new favorites.
Again, that beautiful blend of traditional and new. So getting settled, getting steady on parade. The final group of unarmed units. We'll wait for the command to be advanced. You can hear, if you listen carefully in Captain Haynes's voice, parade adjutant, the remnants of a drill instructor. She is on parade today, having served a very long career in the military, actually, having done a number of roles, for everything from training PT instructor, drill instructor, military police, very experienced officer. And I think she is so proud to be part of the top 3 today.
I'm sure it's a proud moment for the BDF generally.
I might mention that Captain Haynes worked with me in the Cadet Corps headquarters. Now, because troops never really march on their own, they were led onto the parade by the junior officers accompanying the detachments.
Adjutant is Captain Natalie Haynes, a proud alumnus of the Parkinson Secondary School. She enlisted in the Barbados Defense Force in August of 1994 and is a qualified drill instructor, range instructor, and military police. She's currently posted to the Barbados Cadet Corps as a training officer. She's also the officer in charge of the number 14 Cadet Company, Graydon Sealy Secondary, and the officer in charge of the Cadet Catering Unit. Captain Haynes holds a distinction in the practice of education. She's trained in protection laws for children and also as an investigator. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning's parade adjutant, Captain Natalie Haynes.
She's a mean cook. Absolutely. Her job, though, will be to make all ready for handover of the parade to the parade second in command. And you cannot help but admire how steady Captain Haynes is, how poised. Her shiny medals are the General Service Medal, the Services Medal of Honor after 15 years of exemplary service, and of course the Humanitarian Award. Here we have members of the Barbados Regiment Reserve. The full-time element of the Barbados Defence Force we are very familiar with, but there are many, many Barbadians who are reservists. In other words, they have a normal full-time job in government or private sector, and they give up one evening a week and often a weekend a month to do their continuous military training. And they train to the same standard as our regular soldiers.
Have the reservists traditionally worn this uniform at the parade?
This is reminiscent of an ancient uniform. No, because they've marched on and they've
The
halted.
parade is now being dressed by Master Chief Petty Officer Class 1, Derek Grosner, the conducting warrant officer for this morning's parade.
Upper shade here, upper shade here. Steady. Stand still! The front rank of the right half. Stand still! The front rank of the left half.
The Master Chief Petty Officer
Upper shade second now, steady.
is equivalent to
Stand still!
in the army.
The center rank of the right half.
So because he's dressed in a lily white uniform, doesn't mean he's any less intimidating.
Third, carry it on. Stand still! The center rank of the left half. Steady.
This job is normally assigned to
Stand still! The rear rank
one or other of the
of
most
the
senior
right
warrant
half.
officers in the defense force.
Stand still! The rear rank of the left half.
I say one or other because, as you would imagine, the Barbados Regiment has its regimental sergeant major,
Right!
and the Barbados Coast Guard has an equivalent.
Eyes front!
Fine work by Master Chief Petty Officer Derek Grosvenor. Himself a highly qualified and decorated officer.
Well, Fitz, Bennex, fix.
As part of their ceremonial get-up, parades often have armed units with fixed bayonets,
Shin,
traditionally used for close quarter
Red.
combat.
standard is.
And while they look very attractive on parade, you don't want to meet with one of
The
those.
Corps of Drums
battle.
will now
No, a lot of what we have on parade are little ceremonies, items that we have So this little ceremony that we call the promenade, as you heard from the parade ground commentator, it just memorializes a process that we employed many, many years ago. Once the troops were all formed up, we had to go and locate the officers who were normally either just getting dressed or perhaps down in that last pint in the pub or something. And once they see a drummer promenading through the streets, they would know, ooh, it's time to go, and they would get themselves ready. So that idea is captured ceremonially in the promenade by the Corps of Drums. Right on cue, the officers are prepared to march on to the parade. And I'm liking the colors on display here today.
Officers, move!
unit of the Barbados Defense Force has its own distinctive ceremonial uniform, the color of it. Regiment, of course, you will recognize in their green, Barbados Coast Guard in their white, and the Barbados Cadet Corps in their blue. The conducting warrant officer, even though he's not saying anything, you get the sense that if we get it wrong, he's going to come for us. Officers and the flag bearers now prepare to join the parade. Again, a lot of youth on display here today.
So again, all of this is the process to get the parade formed up and steady.
Captain Haynes, parade adjutant, will give them the shoulder arms
adjutant.
to prepare to receive them. Again, history in the making. Female parade adjutant handing over to a female parade second in command.
Who will in turn hand over to a female parade commander.
A female parade commander.
First time at this level. Even as we see the members of the diplomatic corps move into place.
Officers, 883 are the ranks. The parade is formed up in three sides of a hollow square in the open order at the shoulder and awaiting your further instructions. May I have your permission to carry on? Ma'am, please.
There I say, every bit as sharp
The
as
parade
the men.
over 36 years in the Barbados Police Service. As the first female police chief instructor, she also served as an investigator with the Criminal Investigation Department and the Regional Police Training Center. She holds a postgraduate certificate in Global Human Resource Management from the University of Liverpool, United Kingdom, and a Bachelor of Science degree honors in Public Sector Management from the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill campus. She is the recipient of the Humanitarian Award, the Regional Security Service Medal, Dominica, and the Barbados Services Medal of Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, the parade second in command.
Order! Arms! Stand at ease!
And you can tell that Senior Superintendent Stanford has a little military background too.
Right! Should! Officers! Outwards! Turn!
She will position the officers
Officers!
in front of their
Take
detachments.
post in front of your detachments. Quick march!
All scripted and planned to deliver a smooth,
Officers!
seamless execution of the
To your
parade.
detachments. Quick march!
guarantee you there's nowhere else in the world you're going to hear this music played on a parade. This is 100% Barbadian.
The iconic Pat She Back.
I began to tell you about the interesting wear of the Barbados Regiment Reserve, wearing a uniform reminiscent of the days of the Barbados Volunteer Force. Somebody thought it would be a nice touch to present that uniform, and I think I quite agree. Parade Second in Command was a cadet, actually. I remember her from my time as a cadet, and also served for a short while in the Barbados Regiment before going on to the police service.
Officers! Steady! Parade! Shoulder! Arms! Flag bearers! To your detachments! Quick march!
Officers in place, it is the turn now of the flag bearers to take up their positions with their respective detachments. Again, good Barbadian favorite tune. It is an essential part of the parade that every detachment will have its flag represented as it marches past. And these are the ones going to the detachments, but very shortly we will have a special one, or special two, in fact a special three, come onto the parade for a special purpose. And the honor of carrying your detachment's flag is often afforded to the best, or the most promising.
Parade! Order! Arms! Stand at ease!
You know, it's so important as a young person to have a vision of what you wish to be. I don't think she'll mind me telling you, but when I knew our parade second in command as a cadet, she said to me, and I recall her saying, "I'm going to be a police officer."
Parade!
And look at her career.
Parade! Shoot! Shoulder! Arms!
And completing the top three lineup,
The parade second in command will now hand over the parade to the parade commander, Lieutenant Colonel Julia Dabrio. Lieutenant Colonel Dabrio enlisted in the Barbados Defense Force in August of 1994 and has spent the past 21 years serving in the Officer Corps.
Good morning, Madam. I am Christine Stanford, Senior Superintendent Acting of the Barbados Police Service, and second in command of this parade, commemorating 58 years of independence. On parade are 919 officers and other ranks, formed up in 3 sides of a hollow square, at the open order, at the shoulder arms, awaiting the pleasure of your instructions. May I have permission to carry on? Ma'am, please.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Colonel Julia Dabrio is the commanding officer of the Barbados Regiment and holds a master's degree from the Inter-American Defense and Security in the United States. She is the first officer of the Barbados Defense Force to complete this program. Additionally, she holds a bachelor's degree in psychology from the University of the West Indies, a master's degree in public health, and recently completed a master's program in international relations at the University of East London. Her major appointments were Staff Officer Operations and Training and aide-de-camp to the then Governor General of Barbados and now President of Barbados, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason. She's the proud recipient of a Governor General Award, Services Medal of Honor, General Service Medal, Barbados Defense Board Commendation, and the Chief of Staff Commendation. Ladies and gentlemen, the parade commander, Lieutenant Colonel Julia Dabrio.
Parade! Order! Arms! Stand at ease! Stand easy!
Immediately taking charge of the parade. I can't help but think that young girls at home must be so inspired by this.
Parade! Shine! March on the colors! Shoulder! Arms!
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand as the colors
March
are marched on.
on the colors!
This is the final
General
element
salute! Present! Arms!
of preparing the parade for the reception of the dignitaries. They march on the colors. Here we see the presidential color, the color of the Barbados Regiment, and the ensign of the Barbados Coast Guard.
And we know there were many changes when it came to the presidential color just a few years ago.
Regimental color and the Barbados are marched on to the parade to Symbols of Freedom by Steve Sobers.
And this was just 3 years ago as Barbados became a republic.
Indeed, that change in status required a new stand of colors entirely. And the old colors will join the others laid up in formal ceremony in a special place.
Repeat for us the significance of the display of the colors.
Well, the colors represent the very spirit, the very soul of the unit. The color of the Barbados Regiment, the ensign of the Barbados Coast Guard are very special symbols to those units. And of course, the presidential color must be present, must be paraded whenever Her Excellency is to be in attendance.
Parade! Shoulder! Arms!
In the old days, the
Order! Arms!
battered old colors were the rallying point of a regiment or
Stand
unit.
at ease!
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
And indeed, in very old regiments or units, the battle honors, that is, the places where they fought, would be inscribed, embroidered on the colors.
We now acknowledge the arrival of Brigadier Carlos Lovell, Chief of Staff, Barbados Defense Force, and Mr. Richard Boyce, Commissioner of Police.
And this is Brigadier
Parade!
Lovell's first parade in this position.
First parade as chief of staff, but certainly not his first parade. He would have done many, many parades in his time, including parade commander for this very parade some years ago. It's typically awarded to the commanding officer of the Barbados Regiment to command this parade. And that is a position that Brigadier Lovell would have held many years ago.
And most certainly, as a sign of the times, we are seeing even the Barbados Defense Force move into hybrid and electric vehicles.
And very nice they are. But returning to this theme of youth, I'm not going to tell you his age on camera, on screen, but suffice it to say, Brigadier Lovell is quite a young man.
He's 45.
There you go. And quite an accomplished man at that age. His Deputy Chief of Staff, Captain Mark Peterson, is likewise a young man. But all is
Ladies
set,
and
all is
gentlemen,
ready.
please stand for the arrival of the Honorable Mr. Justice Leslie Haynes, Chief Justice of Barbados.
We have the first of the official dignitaries.
I believe this is the Chief Justice, the Honorable Mr. Justice Leslie Haynes, first
of the official
parade as well.
dignitaries to arrive. He'll be greeted by the Chief of Staff together with the Commissioner of Police.
There he is with Mrs. Haynes.
And he will be paid his compliments.
As he stands on the dais.
Parade! Stand at ease!
You may be seated.
Parade then stood at ease as we await the next dignitary.
Prime Minister of Barbados,
Indeed.
the Honorable Mia Amor Motley.
As we heard the brief bio of Colonel Dabrio, it occurs to me that we have some very highly qualified and capable officers leading the Barbados Defense Force.
Likewise with the second in command.
Likewise with the second in command.
And now you can see that the parade is perfectly formed up.
Please stand for the arrival of the Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados.
Parade! Parade! Shine! Shoulder! Arms!
It's interesting to note that the lineup goes all the way to the top as female.
Absolutely, just to the back of where the car entered, you can see many school children who will be honored at this ceremony again this year. And many Barbadians are here awaiting the Independence Day message from Prime Minister Motley. I know that usually is a highlight of the day's presentation.
It's quite a package today.
And PM looking quite dapper, if I might say so myself, in her national colors of
General
white.
salute! Present! Arms!
Minister receives a general salute,
Order! Arms!
complete with the usual fanfare by the band.
Stand at ease!
Please be seated.
Nice view of those lines, so ably marked by the conducting warrant officer.
And many Barbadians out with their national colors and flags to represent on this day set aside to honor regular citizens, military personnel, and Barbadians generally.
It's a day for everybody.
We're also going to see the presentation of leadership badges, a segment that was introduced a few years ago and now is very well received. And here is the arrival of the opposition leader, Mr. Ralph Thorne, KC.
One must admire the general steadiness on parade, which is very much part of the military spectacle.
We're getting ready now for the
Ladies
arrival
and gentlemen,
of the
please
President.
stand for the arrival of the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, President of Barbados, and kindly remain standing until the inspection commences.
Parade! Parade! Shun! Shoulder! Arms!
And I'm sure this also is a proud moment for Dame Sandra to greet the Brigadier, as he has worked personally with her when she was in the capacity of Governor General of Barbados.
I'm sure it didn't hurt his career.
Presidential salute! Present! Arms! Arms!
Must also be a nice moment for Lieutenant Colonel Dabria,
Order!
who also worked as Her Excellency's aide-de-camp.
Arms!
She will reduce
The parade
to
commander
the
will now
order
report
arms and report the state.
parade to Her Excellency and invite her to inspect the detachments on parade.
Good morning, Your Excellency. I am Lieutenant Colonel Julia Dabrio, the parade commander for Barbados 58th Independence Anniversary Parade. On parade are 36 officers and 883 other ranks, drawn from the armed forces, which comprise the Barbados Defense Force, the Barbados Police Service, and the Barbados Cadet Corps. Armed units are drawn from the Barbados Prison Service, the Barbados Fire Service and Cadets, the Barbados Boy Scouts Association, the Barbados Youth Advance Corps, the National Security Guards, the Barbados Girl Guides Association, the Barbados Red Cross Society, the Barbados St. John Ambulance Association, the Land Ship Association of Barbados, the Barbados Legion. Also on parade are the Mounted Troop of the Barbados Police Service and the Mass Band of the Barbados Police Service, the Barbados Defense Force, and the Barbados Cadet Corps. The parade is formed up in 3 forms of a hollow square at the open order, awaiting the honor of your inspection, Your Excellency.
And the inspection will ensue. I know there's much significance with this vehicle.
Well, this is the ceremonial Land Rover. I think it would take some time if we were to inspect this parade on foot, and so the Land Rover is rolled into position to take Her Excellency, accompanied by
Ladies and
her
gentlemen, you may be
official
seated.
aides-de-camp, that is the Chief of Staff and the Commissioner of Police, along with the parade commander, to get a little closer to the troops and for them to look her in the eye and let her feel their pride.
What are troops feeling as the President makes her way around for the inspection?
I think the overall feeling will be pride. I am on parade, and my President is coming to recognize and acknowledge my presence, and I will do my very best. Smart salute from the massed band as the President passes by. Must pay their compliments, and as soon as she's passed, they will commence the inspection music.
And I know generally we single out a few people. Saying I know that we single out a few people on the parade square and the ones who take lead, but every position is almost of equal importance. If we think of the gentleman, for example, driving Her Excellency in the ceremonial vehicle, as well as his second in command, their role too is of equal importance.
And I should think it requires nerves of steel to be driving the President and the Commissioner and the Chief of Staff on a ceremonial parade. You've got to get it exactly right.
Steady is the word.
Steady is the word. And Sergeant Chandler is doing a fantastic job as usual. You have to achieve perfect pace, perfect braking. I don't know if I'd be able to do it. I don't know if my nerve would hold.
Certainly doing a good job. I'm sure he had lots of practice, even as we listen into beautiful Barbados. That's right, the President of Barbados just engaged in the official inspection of the military forces and unarmed members of the grouping on display.
Inspection completed, we move on to another aspect of this phase of the parade, which is for the troops to pay their compliments to the President. We're still essentially in the So the arrival, complete with the presidential salute, together with the inspection, and finally the march past, that comprises the full complement to the reviewing officer, Her Excellency the President today. So the troops will be prepared to march past and pay their personal respects by detachment to the President.
Parade! Parade! Shine! Troop!
But first up, to pay their respects, will be the master band as they perform what is called the troop, which is a movement in slow time followed by a movement in quick time, and that is how they pay their compliments to Her Excellency. Drum major leading the mass band today is Station Sergeant Jerome Clark. The drum major for the Barbados Defence Force Band is Sergeant Shane Mears, and of course for the Barbados Cadet Corps Band,
and the drum major is Station Sergeant Jerome Clark. The band of the Barbados Defence Force is led by the Director of Music, Captain Brian Hall, and the senior drum major is Sergeant Shane Mears. The drum major for the Barbados Cadet Corps is Staff Sergeant Dylan Pitt of the No. 2 Cadets Company, the Law School.
all doing fine work this morning. The music Independence Day, composed by Carly, or perhaps better known Andy Williams, is a former deputy director of the police service band, actually. This is a really stirring march. And the march in quick time is going to be another march composed by a former director of the police band, Mr. Prince Cave, and that's called the Conciliator, which Bajans I'm absolutely sure will recognize as connected in an inseparable way from the Barbados Police Service, or in the old days, the Royal Barbados Police Force.
Well, this march past not only highlights the dignity of the office, but I'm sure it also underscores the strong relationship between the armed forces and the nation's leadership as well.
Indeed, this idea of a massed band on a national parade is something that we hold to that tradition very, very strongly. And the inclusion of the Barbados Cadet Corps is also special.
And as we see throngs of Barbadians who have now taken up their vantage point here in the stands at Kensington Oval, we can only feel a sense of pride and patriotism. Still many more seats to fill, but I know lots of Barbadians will line the streets as well as the parade makes its way through Bridgetown after the presentation here at Kensington Oval.
Band will now do the troop quick time. This beautiful march, the Conciliator, composed of course by Prince Cave, a former director of the old band of the Royal Barbados Police Force. I think this was composed when he was a student at the Royal Military School of Music and actually did capture a top prize.
Quite recognizable it is.
And we heard music earlier from Steve Sobers and Jason Catlin, who are both members of the band. We have a very strong tradition of military music here in Barbados. Imagine marching, playing, keeping your dressing, having an awareness of where you are and what you're doing, all at the same time.
Dress!
The band having completed their compliments to Her Excellency, the troops, the armed units first, prepare to pay their compliments. And leaving nothing to chance, the conducting warrant will line them up again.
Stand still! Don't lift off!
Not much to do this time.
Breathe! Eyes! Front!
Now, this is one of the more demanding aspects of the parade, because the troops will march past, and that dressing has to be absolutely right as they come down what we call the passing line to look Her Excellency square in the eye.
Arm units! Arm units! Shan! Shoulder! Arms! Arm units! They'll march past by detachment in slow and quick time. Number 1 detachment leading. Move to the right in 3s. Right! Turn!
That little maneuvering by the colors is unique to the color party because they have to get themselves in a particular lineup for the march past. The first detachment stepping off, the Barbados Coast Guard.
The musical pieces for the march past in slow time are Our Anniversary by Senior Superintendent Andrew Lynch, Barbados Our Homeland and the New Republic by Station Sergeant Acting Steve Sobers, and Major Minor by Captain Brian Cole.
All composed by our people. The massed band actually moves to a position central on the parade ground for 2 good reasons. It's a good place from which to play the music for the march past, and they have to get out of the way for the Coast Guard to come by. Coast Guard today is Lieutenant Sean Hazelwood, and he has with him Lieutenant Elvis King and Sub-Lieutenant Chad Calise. We hear a reference to Lieutenant or Lieutenant Coast Guard. It's slightly complicated because the rank lieutenant in the Army and in the Coast Guard are different ranks. So we have to clarify it sometimes by adding Coast Guard. And for those wondering, what are you talking about? A lieutenant in the Coast Guard is equivalent to the rank of captain on the Army side. Likewise, a sub-lieutenant or sub-lieutenant in the Coast Guard is equivalent to a lieutenant on the Army side.
Of course, the Coast Guard presenting a striking and quite impressive appearance in their crisp white uniforms.
As always. And the parade commander works her way to the front of the parade, followed by the parade second in command, and she will lead the march past down the passing line to salute Her Excellency. Perhaps the tensest moment of the parade, because they know beautiful synchronized sword work, but they know that brigadier level will be looking for anything out of place, so they're going to be trying their very best to keep that dressing perfect. The Corps of Women, led by very young officers actually. Very, very good dressing. The Corps of Women represent a fairly modern aspect of the Barbados Defence Force. Of course, you have women serving in just about every aspect of our service. I do like this throwback to the old volunteer force, this khaki uniform with the short trousers and wrapped puttees.
Well, I must say it's quite stylish, and it certainly presents a striking and equally impressive sight, one that is not commonly observed.
It's not a particularly warm day, but I think the old volunteer force uniform with the short pants was a good call.
And of course, just on our screen, we are seeing the Barbados Police Service. Quite a remarkable showing from the Barbados Police Service.
Indeed, yes. Very, very good drill. As they come down the passing line, in order to get back to their original positions, they have to do a curious maneuver where they have to do a right turn followed by 2 quick left wheels. And at that point, you really must keep your head on to keep your dressing just right. And what a beautiful illustration of it here by the Barbados Cadet Corps.
And again, the display of youth. So many young faces as a part of this magnificent display during the parade, showcasing their discipline and dedication. This takes a lot of time to be able to get to the place where they are marching in this way.
Very good show by the Barbados Cadet Corps. In this particular uniform that I dearly like, actually, it screams patriotic.
March!
Beautifully transitioned from slow time to quick time. Just as the band did a troop in slow time and quick time, likewise the troops. Again, all locally composed marches.
And as the troops march by in quick time, we heard and saw a wave of enthusiasm and appreciation that swept the audience, who of course gave some enthusiastic cheers. And I know that many people come out because they are truly captivated by the impressive display expressed through their admiration for the discipline and dedication and just how precise everything always seems to be.
Rehearsed to perfection, of course.
And you can see them applauding in the back. I'm sure that this vibrant show of support not only shows that we honor the men and women in uniform, but also reinforces the bond between the military and the citizens they protect here in Barbados.
Indeed, and the beauty of this moment is each of those Coast Guard men or soldiers on parade get a chance to look Her Excellency in the eye as they march past and say, I am here to serve. Interesting, the Barbados Regiment Reserve is commanded also by two women. Nice shot here of the both halves of the Guard of Honor, with the presidential regimental colors and the Coast Guard ensign. This march, Claim to Fame, written by the Director of Music on Parade today, Senior Superintendent Andrew Lynch. Interestingly, Claim, spelled C-L-A-M-E, is written in tribute to former directors of music of the Police Service Band. C for Cave, L for Lovell, A for Atherley, M for Moore, and E for Ellis.
Wow. Quite
And
lovely.
we take a moment to remember them. Sadly, all of them deceased. It's a fitting touch, actually, to have their memories recognized by playing this particular piece of music dedicated to their service.
Absolutely. And now we are moving on to another detachment, as we say bid adieu for this stage to the members of the Cadet Corps.
Bringing up the rear of the armed units, the Barbados Cadet Corps in no way outdone in terms of drill and turnout today. Very, very good.
You need to add, if I might say so myself.
Well, it's a father's privilege to beam with pride when he sees his children do well.
Absolutely, I do agree. And we see the grandstand just behind them filling up nicely.
Very good turnout here from Barbados.
And I know loads of Barbadians get up early to see this parade, as is customary. Quite interesting to have the occasion on a Saturday. I can't remember in recent history where we've had a parade Independence Day celebration on a Saturday.
It does happen very occasionally. And one of the, I suppose, inadvertent effects of that is that we don't have the Barbados Pathfinders on parade today. Very, very good show by the armed units. And I'm sure the unarmed units are thinking, I'm going to go and give it my best as well.
I'm sure the vendors around Barbados have done a good trade as well, as Barbadians are definitely out in their colors, as they were throughout this weekend, most certainly yesterday as well. And the outskirts of the field here at the iconic Kensington Oval, draped in the national colors as well as the seats, blue and yellow.
Makes you proud, so proud to be Barbadian.
Absolutely. Not to get ahead of this morning's presentation, but are there any other surprises that we can expect in today's presentation?
Well, a little later on, we can be treated to a very nice display. Sharing the workload, the parade second in command gets the unarmed units ready.
Order! Arms! Stand up!
by detachments, the Barbados Boy Scouts Association leading. Move to the right in column of route. Right. Turn.
They position themselves into what we call column of route so that they can present their compliments to Her Excellency. With their flags held high up front.
The unarmed units will now pay compliments to Her Excellency. The musical pieces are A Proud Occasion by Constable Jason Catlin, Blue and Gold by Senior Superintendent Andrew Lynch, Guardians of the Ensign by Station Sergeant Acting Steve Sobers, and Crown of Glory by Captain Brian Cole.
Again, in keeping with that theme that you talked about of seeing many youthful faces, we're also hearing some youthful names.
Indeed. Yes. Definitely more modern names. I'm not certain you would see this scene anywhere else in the world. I'd say again, one feels very good, very warm feelings about the future of Barbados when we see this level of commitment. Those who know will spot some familiar faces of those who have served previously in the Barbados Defence Force. Here comes another impressive force to be reckoned with. A fantastic program provided to our youth, the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps.
Previously, the Barbados Youth Service.
it is self-evident that you don't build strong citizens and adults. Um, it doesn't happen accidentally. It is a very well-considered program of training that puts our young people in a place where they can be at their most productive as citizens.
And it's really wonderful to see so many young women as a part of the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps. This, of course, is not what we saw in the early years. It certainly seemed as though it was geared toward
Quite male-dominated
young men
in
a lot more,
in the early
yes.
days of the old youth service. Several of whom actually went on to become very good members of the Barbados Defence Force. And one of the things that we must work to do is to keep organizations like the Girl Guides and the Boy Scouts alive and well.
Even the landship.
Even the landship.
Absolutely.
Here we see the Corps of Drums of the Girl Guides Association. They will no doubt be doing their thing as we march through Bridgetown a little later on.
And the Girl Guides Association, made up of young women from a number of schools. We'll see a number of our head boys and head girls honored a little later in the ceremony through leadership badges presented by various members of our government.
There was a time actually when this particular detachment of the Girl Guides used to be rather large. It used to be one of the largest units on parade. And I'm sure we will see those days again.
And here they are just walking by our vantage point at the Garfield Sobers Pavilion.
To the stirring music of Captain Brian Cole, the director of the Barbados Defence Force Band, and his beautiful quick march Crown of Glory.
And much to the delight of those looking on. Some with their umbrellas, but again, not seeing that many umbrellas today because it's
a lovely day. It's a lovely day.
It's not as warm as it has been in the past few days.
We expect to see also coming to pay their compliments members of the Barbados Legion. Just a few weeks ago, we celebrated them on their own parade.
Stand at ease!
Ladies and gentlemen, the Barbados Legion are next to pay compliments. They are marching on to the Few and the Faithful by Sergeant Laura Payne.
Now, in keeping with the due respect and deference we give to the Legionnaires, they're not expected to stand on parade for the
The
entire
Barbados
duration
Legion
of the
is
thing.
being commanded by Mr. Michael Graves and assisted by Mr. Lawrence Herbert. The flag bearer is Mr. Everton Jordan, and the escorts are Mr. Stephen Moore and Mr. Fillmore Lewis.
But they're brought on and given an opportunity to present their compliments to Her Excellency. Again, those in the know will spot some very familiar faces from the Barbados Defence Force.
The Barbados Legion, the true patriots.
And they would have had their day just a few weeks ago for the Remembrance Day ceremony, parade and service.
What a wonderful occasion it was. Indeed, one of my favorite parades.
That one took place in National Heroes Square.
Well, not to be left out of the proceedings, the mounted troop of the Barbados Police Service will also pay their compliments to Her Excellency.
And much to the delight of the spectators here at Kensington Oval.
Especially the children. The children love the horses. I can't say that I do, but the children love the horses.
The mounted troop will now canter past to the tune Matilda. They're under the command of Station Sergeant Richard Woggs and assisted by Sergeant David King.
And if you think marching in line is tricky, let's see how they maneuver these horses.
Absolutely. And sometimes the horses are quite enthusiastic. I know that this calls for a great degree of skill from the officers on horseback to be able to showcase the discipline that they're able to command from the horses. Yet the graceful movements and coordinated maneuvers all serve to enhance the overall atmosphere of the event.
I love my Barbados, a can-do nation.
Shoot! Shoulder! Arms!
So the march past, all of them completed. We move on now to another phase of the parade, because you might have not have realized it, but everything up to this point was compliments to the reviewing officer. That is now completed.
Here comes the parade commander again.
As they set up for a little treat.
Maybe the treat we were talking about before.
Order! Arms! In open order. Edwards! Dress!
It might seem a little excessive dressing the parade so frequently, but when you realize that every camera shot from the front, from the side, even to the ground, you want to present
right half!
that precision.
And a look at the faces of some of the people who will be honored during the national honors a little later this morning.
Right! Eyes! Front! Parade! Stand at ease! Stand easy!
A little break for the troops on parade.
The Barbados Cadet Corps is this year celebrating 120 years of existence. They have been accorded the privilege of presenting this year's display. The Barbados Cadet Corps is a military organization that was established at the Lodge School in 1904. The youth arm of the Barbados Defense Force, it is a well-disciplined organization. From its inception 120 years ago, the Corps has grown from strength to strength, producing parliamentarians, commandants, chiefs, and deputy chiefs of staff, and national heroes. It is their honor to showcase to the entire world in our display that journey of dedication and creating bold, courageous citizens of our nation. The Corps continues to use challenging activities and military discipline to create model citizens among a wide cross-section of young Barbadian boys and girls in educational institutions.
The year was 1904 when Captain Radcliffe Hall of the Lodge School followed his vision. Indiscipline in schools bothered him, but he was not daunted. So a paramilitary movement was indeed started. His motivation was simple: keep boys on the right track, with discipline and focus always moving forward and never looking back. After Lodge, Harrison College in Combermere soon followed. As more boys joined the Corps, you see, lives were changed for the better. Boys became men, men who were fitter, stronger, men who were leaders. In 1973, 5 young ladies went before Colonel Banfield, the commanding officer of the Barbados Defense Force. These ladies were from the foundation school doing sixth form at Combermere.
Today we salute these bold, pioneering ladies: Angela Amy, Margot Green, Marlene Sivers, the late Roseanne Jones, and Marianne Redmond.
These ladies were determined to join the Corps, and Marianne Redmond presented their case with conviction and zeal, earning the approval of Colonel Banfield.
Cadets are leaders in every regard, whether here at home or beyond our shores. In every field of endeavor, in every way of life, cadets leave their mark wherever they go.
Then came Ellerslie as company number 4. The Corps then went from 4 through to number 22. We had 22 companies by the year of our Lord 2023. In that year, number 23 came into existence, an all-female company. The Springer Memorial School made history. Now let's give you some insight as to why when you pass the school you hear, "Pride, preaching." It's about building committed, insightful citizens. It's more than marching up and down.
The Cadet Corps teaches respect and working well under pressure. Our young men and women are equipped to respond if there's ever a disaster.
Cadets have used this movement as a stimulus to grow. Check the armed and unarmed detachments that we have here this morning on show. Many of these young men and women came through the Barbados Cadet Corps. Now, over the years, each smartly attired toy soldier was a budding musician. Colonel Dighton Maynard at Combermere had a band playing music galore. His mission was to add music to the Corps. In 1998, it was music to the ear. Drums, bass, horns, and cymbals came together to form what we now know as the band of the Barbados Cadet Corps.
Our institution is proud of our legacy. We even have cadets who love the sea. This division was the year 1993. As you move around, our medic unit is present and working. The year was 2007 when they started their first responding.
Now, 2023 was a year of food, craft, and cuisine artistry. The catering unit was given recognition. They even cooked at the president's residency.
But listen, before we go, there's one more thing, and it's vital that you know. We now have a unit that is into robotics, photography, and digital media. That new unit is very active here at Kensington Oval, taking photographs and videos while documenting our history.
One 120 years, ladies and gentlemen. So Cadet is about working together, building character, and contributing to building this nation. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand and join me in raising 3 cheers for the Barbados Cadet Corps, celebrating 120 years in the year 2024. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! We thank you all in all.
Now sitting in a position where you are a commanding officer.
May I have a tissue?
The jingle you are hearing was created by cadets of the St. Leonard's Boys School, ladies and gentlemen.
Just all the way through with so many different elements.
From 1904
Many thanks to
2024. But we see these children performing and doing very well, but we have to take a moment to remember the officers who volunteer their time and talents to build these children into the adults that we need them to be.
Quite an impactful presentation that I'm sure we'll be hearing about for years to come. Good job. We'll also enjoy a series of performances and speeches a little later on as we reflect on our progress and our aspirations. This will include a special video tribute to Shirley Chisholm and a speech from the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the U.S. Congress.
Order. Edwards! Dress!
So that phase of the presentation today completed, we now move into the next phase, which will be the presentation of awards.
Stand still! The right half! Stand still! The left half!
This is perhaps going to be a fairly lengthy part of the proceedings today, and the troops on parade will get a little respite. They'll be marched off,
Arms!
where they can have a little bit of a sit down until we return to conclude this parade.
Turn!
So there will be the presentation of leadership badges, as we mentioned earlier, to the head boys and girls of all secondary schools, private and public.
Arm units! Quick march!
The parade is now marching off in preparation for the presentation of leadership badges, national awards, and honors.
Indeed, bless his bim.
Another iconic song playing as the armed and unarmed troops march off under the watchful eye of the President of Barbados, other dignitaries, the Prime Minister, diplomatic corps, and of course, spectators from at home and abroad. This one originally done by the Memory Men. We've heard it in many different iterations throughout the years, folk versions and otherwise. God bless Bim on Independence Day.
And secondary schools.
And the building that they're marching past is actually a new addition to the infrastructure here at the Oval. All of these upgrades done for the recently held T20 Cricket World Cup that came off here in Barbados and at various other venues at other Caribbean islands as well. And the children are already lining up. They too have had quite a few days and weeks in preparation for this occasion, one I believe they shan't soon forget.
If you think coordinating the parade and the march past and everything was tricky, getting these children all ready to receive their badges and to present it in a way that is acceptable to the Brigadier's exacting standard took some work, but here we are, and we are very, very proud of our children.
The President, Prime Minister, Chief Justice, and national leaders will present the students with their badges.
And we see some familiar faces from the Cabinet of Barbados making their way out.
Take a moment to know that this is actually a national award that our children receive. And it must be such a memorable thing to have your badge presented to you by the President herself.
Here she is, Dame Sandra. Of course, your own personnel from the BDF, ensuring that things run smoothly as well.
It's our job.
And a good job you're doing of it. And again, both these children and their relatives and communities must be beaming with pride to be able to have them recognized in this way on our 58th Independence Day, 3rd anniversary of Barbados as a republic. Can't forget that part.
And again, bringing together the idea of youth at the forefront of all that we do. So we will have the national honors of the state's persons, but not to be left out, the children.
And I know this takes much coordinating. I had the honor of being here on the very first occasion in trying to get it coordinated. Here comes the Honorable Mia Maudsley, Prime Minister of Barbados. And we're also seeing Santia Bradshaw, Deputy Prime Minister, as well as Minister of Transport and Works, Leader of Government Business in the House of Assembly, and a number of others. Simultaneously, there are a number of permanent secretaries who also take on the role of handing out these badges in addition to the cabinet ministers.
Well coordinated, very inclusive effort.
And I believe this speaks to the commitment of the government to the youth of Barbados as well.
They are indeed the future, and we should let them know.
We saw a few familiar faces from the cabinet, as mentioned.
Our Chief Justice enjoying the moment, it seems.
And taking this opportunity to have a word with the young leaders of Barbados. It's beautiful to see the uniforms up. Ribbons for the little ones. I can just imagine putting them together on this Saturday morning. Again, much pride for the parents and guardians, relatives generally, and communities, as well as the schools, teachers involved.
They're all here this morning to join and celebrate with the children.
It's also good to see the young man who is now at the helm of the Barbados Youth Development Council as a part of the presentation party, having himself been a recipient
Presenters, advance.
of this honor. First row now makes their way off as they turn their attention to the second row of students. I see Ambassador Nias of the U.S. Embassy to Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean, closest here to our screen, engaging in conversation with one of the students as he pins on. Honorable Wilfred Abrams, Minister of Home Affairs and Information, as well, preparing to do the same. Ramona Archer Bradshaw, just to the center of the screen, and bedecked in her blue. And this must mean a great deal to the children as well, to be able to engage with these people that they often only hear about or see on television.
This is something that's particularly special about Barbados, where we have such close contact between our citizens and our leaders, including our children.
And just stepping up to pin as well, the Honorable Charles Griffith, Minister of Youth, Sport and Community Empowerment. His role, a grand one as well. So you'd note now that many of the spectators have taken to their feet. They're no longer seated because this is a part of the presentation that tugs at your heartstrings in a totally different way.
You want to share in the moment with the children.
Look at those little faces.
Row 2, turn to your right. Row 2, advance.
And they too getting some instruction as to how they should move off, as the dignitaries will turn their attention to row 3.
Few leaders are born, but many leaders are made. You know, there's a process for developing that ability to be a leader, and it begins right here.
There they go.
Presenters, advance.
Here we see MP Tony Moore presenting.
Excuse me. Yeah.
And I love that we take a pause to be able to do this, to show the youth the importance space that they take in this morning's presentation. It's important that we let our children know that they're indeed important to us.
We see them.
Turn to your right.
We acknowledge them.
Row 3, advance.
And we're seeing some other MPs at this time. Dr. Ramel Springer, Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Transport and Works, is up next, as well as Senator the Honourable Lisa Cummins, Minister of Energy and Business Development and Leader of Public Business in the Senate, as well as Senator Dr. the Honourable Chantal Monroe-Knight, Minister in the Prime Minister's Office. And there goes disabilities advocate Senator Andwele Boyce, doing much work and hoping in another few days to work with the Ministry of People Empowerment to lay some new legislation meant to advance the cause and lift the voices of the disabled community here in Barbados. You'll hear much more about that in the coming days. Also coming up in a little bit here, I told you a little earlier, we're paying tribute to Shirley Chisholm in a grand way in Barbados. This year would have marked the centenary year of her birth. An American politician who has deep roots here in Barbados, still has relatives here, and who credited Barbados and her early schooling here as the reason for much of her success. And I'm sure it's quite a story behind the design of the leadership badge. We now see the ambassador for the UK presented as well, so as well as the head of the European delegation, again engaging in conversations with these young leaders. So members of the diplomatic corps also stepping forward to present. There is the ambassador of Argentina, close to the middle of the screen. And the young leader there from Harrison College, beaming with pride as we get a closer look at the Barbados Leadership Badge
2024, which they will wear with pride throughout the rest of their lives, actually.
Absolutely. can't miss Senator the Honorable Chad Blackman, if only owing to his stature and height. Minister in the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Investment. And there goes the third and final row of our young awardees.
As you see some of our clergy in the mix, including our Bishop of the Anglican Diocese of Barbados.
And there we go. Much applause from all here at Kensington Oval, including our president. So coming up next, we're going to have the presentation of National Awards and Honors.
The Shirley Chisholm Tribute, followed by the Prime Minister's address. Mrs. Carol Roberts Reefer will lead the citations for the National Awards and Honors and insignia.
Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Prunella Mason, President of Barbados. The Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister. The Honorable Mr. Justice Leslie Haynes, Chief Justice. The Deputy Prime Minister, Attorney General, senior ministers and other members of Cabinet. Leader Hakeem Jeffries and members of the U.S. Congressional Delegation. Other visiting dignitaries. Leader of the Opposition, former Chief Justices, holders of high honors, President of the Senate, Speaker of the House of Assembly, members of the clergy, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of the Judiciary, permanent secretaries, members of the Senate, members of the House of Assembly, chairpersons of the commissions established under the Constitution, head of the Public Service, directors general, permanent secretaries, and other senior government officials, specially invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This morning, on the 58th anniversary of our independence, 37 outstanding citizens, 36 of whom are present today, and who are awarded in this year's Independence Honors, will be acknowledged and presented in the warrants. 4 Public Service Awards of Excellence will be presented, 2 to the organization and 2 to the leaders of said organizations and their members of staff. The Public Service Leadership Award, presented to Mr. Damien Jose Harford Gaskin for inspirational leadership of Kensington Oval Management, Inc. to transform Kensington Oval for the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2024. Mr. Gaskin will pay his respects to Her Excellency and receive the Leadership Award from the Honorable Prime Minister. Damien is the Chairman and CEO of Kensington Oval Management, Inc., the management company responsible for the operations here at Kensington Oval. The Public Service Excellence Award, presented to the management and staff of Kensington Oval Management, Inc., for outstanding achievements in redefining and modernizing its infrastructure and services, setting an exemplary standard in transformation in the Barbados Public Service. The Public Service Excellence Award, presented to Kensington Oval Management, Inc. The Public Service Leadership Award, presented to Mr. David Arthur Donaldston McCollin for inspirational leadership to transform the Lands and Surveys Department into one of the leading geospatial organizations in the Caribbean, meriting international recognition. the Public Service Leadership Award presented to the management and staff of the Lands and Surveys Department for outstanding achievements in redefining and modernizing its services, becoming more robust and contemporary, setting an exemplary standard in transformation in the Barbados Public Service. Thank you, Madam Prime Minister. This year's Independence Honors are conferred in the following classes. The Order of Freedom of Barbados, National Honor, constituted by the Order of Freedom of Barbados of 2019. The Order of the Republic, the Honorary Order of the Republic, the Gold Award of Achievement, the Gold Trident of Excellence, the Silver Trident of Excellence, the Barbados Service Star, the Barbados Service Medal, and the Barbados Bravery Medal. Your Excellency, the Order of Freedom of Barbados is conferred on a person who was born in Barbados, is a citizen of Barbados, or is entitled to be registered as a citizen of Barbados, and who has distinguished themselves by extraordinary service to Barbados, the Caribbean diaspora, or to humanity at large. The Order of Freedom of Barbados, conferred on Mr. Christopher Arthur Blackman for his distinguished career as a Justice of Appeal and High Court judge in Barbados and throughout the region. His exemplary service to the government and people of Barbados, whilst serving on several eminent boards and commissions in the private and public sector, and in particular for his exceptional leadership of the Constitutional Reform Commission. The Order of Freedom of Barbados to Mr. Christopher Arthur Blackman. The Order of Freedom of Barbados to Mr. Richard Linton Vere Edgell for his distinguished career as an engineer and contractor, sterling contributions to the construction, real estate, hospitality, and tourism industries in Barbados, and his renowned entrepreneurial endeavors that have contributed to the social, economic, and environmental development of Barbados. The Order of Freedom of Barbados, presented to Miss Henrietta Elizabeth Thompson for her stellar career as a Barbadian international public servant, serving as Ambassador at the United Nations and Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary, her outstanding contributions in the global arena to combat the climate crisis and promote the sustainable development of small island developing states, her distinguished service in the Honorable Senate, and her exceptional work with the Parliamentary Reform Commission. The Honorary Order of Freedom of Barbados is presented to a distinguished person who is not a citizen of Barbados, and it may be conferred as desirable to the person so honored by Barbados. The Honorary Order of Freedom of Barbados presented to Sri Narendra Modi, who is not with us today, but will be represented. It is conferred for his leading role and reputation of responsiveness and care as the government of the Republic of India, under his strategic leadership, took urgent action to assist countries like Barbados with COVID shield vaccines that changed the course of the COVID-19 pandemic and minimized its social and economic impacts. The Honorary Order of Freedom of Barbados, presented to Mr. Edmund Eddie Montague Grant, who is not with us today. The award is presented for his exceptional achievements as a global cultural icon, innovator of unique genres of music, including soca and ring bang, ardent promoter of indigenous music, and socio-political commentator. The Order of the Republic for distinguished national achievement and merit. Reverend Dr. Joel De Courcy Cumberbatch. For his distinguished career as a spiritual advisor, administrator, and educator, playing a leading role in the revision of the religious education curriculum throughout the Caribbean, for 47 years of dedicated service to ministry and the church, in particular to the local, regional, and international Wesleyan Holiness Church, and his outstanding contributions to youth and community development. The Order of the Republic, conferred on Mr. Anthony Alturio Al Jilks for his illustrious career as an activist, award-winning investigative journalist of international acclaim, and founding member of the Nation Publishing Company. His outstanding accomplishments as a PR and communications consultant and an entrepreneur revolutionizing entertainment in Barbados, and his principal role in researching and reviving the former plantation celebrations that marked the end of the sugarcane harvest that resulted in the launch of the modern Cropover Festival. Mr. Jeffrey Jarvis Hoyt, for nearly 60 years of distinguished work as an entrepreneur that paved the way for his extensive contributions to Barbados's economic diversification, his notable achievements, innovation, and expertise in the retail, waste management, and green energy sectors, and his unwavering dedication to providing employment opportunities, shaping the next generation of entrepreneurs and building resilient communities. The Honorary Order of the Republic, presented to a distinguished person, not a citizen of Barbados, who has made an outstanding contribution to the island's development. The Honorary Order of the Republic, presented to Mrs. Philippa Chalice, in recognition of her years of dedicated service and sterling contributions to improving the lives of underserved children and those living with disabilities in Barbados through the Sandy Lane Charitable Trust and the Derek Smith Vocational School and Center, and for her outstanding charitable work with private and public sector organizations in Barbados to promote education, strengthen communities, and alleviate poverty. The Honorary Order of the Republic, conferred on Miss Regine Six, who stands as a remarkable figure in global business, philanthropy, and international relations. Her multifaceted career has been instrumental in shaping the worldwide mobility sector, while advancing humanitarian causes throughout the world, and particularly in Barbados. The Gold Award of Achievement for meritorious service or achievement in Barbados or a community within Barbados.
My script says Farrell. My script says David Anthony Farrell.
Presented to Mr. David Anthony Farrell for his transformational leadership in the Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology since 2006, and his stellar achievements in adopting integrated approaches to mitigating the weather, climate, water, and marine challenges of the region. The Gold Trident of Excellence for highly meritorious service or achievement in science, the arts, literature, sport, civic duties, or any other endeavor worthy of national recognition. The Gold Trident of Excellence, presented to Miss Yvette Gianna Eureka Gibson for her tireless and outstanding contributions to the labor movement in Barbados, for her dedicated service as a leading advocate for wage equity, conducting research and advancing a platform of worker and employer education that has resulted in many improvements in workers' conditions of services, specifically for women in the workforce. The Gold Trident of Excellence, presented to Miss Patrona Elvira Holder for over 4 decades of sterling contribution as an educator, principal, and community development practitioner, for her dedication to providing quality education for students whilst involving parents in the learning process and parent-teacher associations. The Gold Trident of Excellence, presented to Dr. William Frederick Huey for 60 years of outstanding service as a veterinarian dedicated to the care of animals, for his excellent achievements as a founding member of the Barbados Veterinary Association and tireless work with the Barbados RSPCA to improve animal health and welfare, provide quality and compassionate services for companion animals, farm animals, and horses, and assisting in the control of outbreaks of swine fever and Newcastle disease in Barbados. Mr. Richard Anthony Mears, in recognition of his charitable work with the Barbados Red Cross Society, the Heart and Stroke Foundation, the Barbados Cancer Society, and the dyslexia and the Down syndrome communities, and sterling contributions to humanitarian causes, providing educational opportunities and improving the quality of life of persons living in the rural communities in St. Andrew and St. Philip. Mrs. Cicely Veronica Spencer Cross, in recognition of her 50-plus years of commitment and dedicated service to the development of theater arts in Barbados, and the award-winning actress, educator, director, producer, administrator, and theater coach who positively impacted the cultural landscape of Barbados and the diaspora. the Silver Trident of Excellence for highly meritorious service or achievement in science, the arts, literature, sport, civic duties, or any other endeavor worthy of national recognition. Presented to Mr. Antonio Ricardo Daniel for his contribution to the development of Barbados' indigenous sport, road tennis, for his stellar representation of Barbados in road tennis over the past 38 years at the national level.
Yeah, Sobers. And I think you got Sobers at 4 for a name, man. She ain't getting a card to script.
Mr. Stephen Anthony Lashley for his artistic excellence and outstanding contribution to the performing arts, for his achievements in bringing global recognition to Barbados, honoring his roots through his inspiring musical journey as a member of KC and the Sunshine Band and performing with iconic artists such as Ron Wood of the Rolling Stones, Kimani Marley, Taylor Dane, Kathy Sledge of Sister Sledge, the Tavares, Gloria Gaynor, and the Tramps. The Silver Trident of Excellence, presented to Miss Phyllis Ann Murrell for her lifelong and outstanding contributions to the provision of nursing and healthcare in Barbados, for her dedicated services as a staff nurse, field educator at the Barbados Family Planning Association, a medical representative with a major private sector company in Barbados, and chief public health nurse. And since retirement, she's continued her commitment through volunteerism and civic duties. The Silver Trident of Excellence, presented to Mr. Walter DaCosta Phillips for his distinguished career as an educator, notably in the teaching of mathematics, and as a publisher of several globally accepted textbooks on the Common Entrance Mathematics examination, for his long and dedicated service over the past 56 years of tutoring hundreds of primary school students in math, English, grammar, and composition, and for the past 44 years preparing hundreds of secondary school students for CSEC examinations in mathematics. Mr. Adzel Irad Stewart for his artistic expression, creativity, and sterling contribution to the advancement of the performing arts, locally, regionally, and internationally, for 29 years of dedicated service to the Community Independent Secretariat, its flagship production, Spirit of the Nation, and the development of the Parish Ambassadors of Barbados, for his unswerving commitment to national development with a focus on empowerment of youth and marginalized persons in communities across Barbados. The Barbados Service Star for meritorious work in the public, fire, military, police, prison, or other protective services, or in any other similar field of endeavor. The Barbados Service Star, presented to Mr. Elson Jerome Davis for his outstanding contribution to youth and community development in Barbados, for his advocacy and dedicated service to non-governmental organizations and civil society voluntary groups committed to youth empowerment. Mrs. Maureen Susan Harris, for her commitment to uplifting her community, her philanthropy, and her selfless dedication to supporting children and the needy in the parish of St. James. Miss Jennifer MacDonald King, for her sterling contribution to athletics and sports administration in Barbados, with a focus on the Special Olympics, for her outstanding representation of Barbados on the first West Indies netball team to Eastbourne in the UK, in Singapore in 1963 as well, in the Golden Oldies, and in international competitions in Australia, New Zealand, Ceylon, Scotland, and South Africa. Mr. Victor Cornell Knight, for his achievements as a cricket administrator, philanthropist, who supports several charitable causes, and Barbadian businessman who has leveraged his specialized skills as an experienced locksmith to provide services for established companies and train persons across the region as locksmith technicians. Miss Faye Chernil Lucas, for her contribution to sports, tourism, and the hospitality industries in Barbados, for over 40 years of dedicated service in the tourism industry, providing high-quality customer service, and for her stellar representation of Barbados in the sport of hockey. Reverend Angela Dolores Phillips, for her commitment to community work in the parish of Christchurch, assisting the poor and needy, and for her tireless service to various church organizations, helping to improve their ministry and their physical structures. Mr. Joseph Anthony Riley, for his dedication to community work and community development from the early age of 14, and his sterling contribution to the advancement of sporting activity in the rural parish of St. Joseph. The Barbados Service Medal, awarded for meritorious work in the public, fire, military, police, prison, or other protective services, or in any other similar field of endeavor. The Barbados Service Medal, presented to Miss Maureen Burgess Thornhill, for her philanthropy, volunteerism, dedicated community service, and contributions to nation building. The Barbados Service Medal, presented to Mr. Wesley Athelbert Chandler, for his outstanding advocacy and social activism. Miss Diana Yvette Drakes, for her dedication to community work and care for children in her urban community. Mr. Michael Duval Grant, for his long and dedicated service to the youth in the Black Rock community that spanned over 53 years, for his advocacy, volunteerism, and philanthropy. The Barbados Service Medal, presented to Bishop Clement St. Clair Howell, for his outstanding contribution and dedication to the care of the vulnerable persons of the Black Rock community spanning more than 36 years, for his achievement with infrastructure development of the Mount Zion Meals and Wheels program and community outreach initiatives. The Barbados Service Medal, presented to Miss Barbara Hunt, for her selfless commitment to using her experience to guide and assist young people and her business skills in developing the Pinelands community. The Barbados Service Medal, presented to Mr. Easton MacDonald Lane, for his contribution to the development of young people and the Paradise Football Club since 1978, for his dedication and commitment to training and motivating young people to make a positive difference in their lives. Your Excellency, today we confer the Barbados Bravery Medal to two brave Barbadians for acts of bravery in hazardous circumstances. The Barbados Bravery Medal, presented to Mr. Trevor Anthony Haynes, for placing himself at risk while preventing extreme loss of property and loss of life from a house fire in Belfield, Black Rock, St. Michael. The Barbados Bravery Medal, presented to Mr. Dwayne Andre Gladstone Pollard, for placing himself at risk while preventing the loss of lives from drowning in the waters of Whole Town in Barbados. I invite you now to lustily applaud, ladies and gentlemen, all of the recipients of this year's Independence Honors. Thank you, Your Excellency. I am obliged.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have the tributes to Miss Shirley Chisholm, a video presentation, praise song by the Honorable Esther Phillips, OR, Laureate of Barbados, and a speech by the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the U.S. Congress.
I stand before you today as a candidate for the Democratic nomination for the presidency of the United States of America.
Shirley Anita St. Hill Chisholm was born in Brooklyn, New York on November 30th, 1924 to Charles St. Hill of Guyana and Barbadian Ruby Seal St. Hill. Chisholm, who created history in 1968 as the first African-American woman elected to the United States Congress, and in 1972, over 50 years ago, as the first African-American woman to run for a presidential nomination, spent part of her childhood right here in Barbados.
I had 6 years upbringing in the island of Barbados. Our system was fantastic, really fantastic. Those early years of my life on the island of Barbados gave me the spirit, gave to me the spunk that was necessary to challenge all of these age-old traditions. I was never afraid of anything. I was never afraid of anybody, and today's the same way. I'm not afraid of anything, or I'm not afraid of anybody. You're going to hear from me.
And hear from her they did.
And the moment I made the determination that I was going to run, I knew that hell would break loose, and it did. Because look at who I am. I am a black female daring to have the audacity to say I would like to be the President of the United States of America. I am not running to become a vice president or to become a cabinet member. I am running very seriously to become the president of this country. Change doesn't come about by masses. Change comes about by capitalists who dare. Change comes about by those who put their neck on the chopping block and hopefully are able to withstand the insults, the giggles, the snickers, the laughter.
Her list of achievements is long and impressive. Last year, right here in Barbados, the Vauxhall Primary School was renamed the Shirley Chisholm Primary School. And this year, in her centenary year, the Barbados government is honoring this trailblazer through the Shirley Chisholm Project, celebrating Shirley 100 years.
It's been a remarkable thing for the government of Barbados, Black Caucus, everything, to recognize the woman and the works of Shirley Chisholm, what would have been her 100th year. When we start looking at things like Obama's Audacity of Hope, where he is actually citing this girl who grew up in Barbados, who's part of me, who shares DNA with me, I think as a family, it just ignites the fire within. And the fact that she is being recognized, it just sends us totally into orbit. I am so proud to say that I am related to Shirley Chisholm.
The upward climb to Capitol Hill, you were no ordinary woman. They did not know the fire, that tempered the soles of your feet, burned in your belly, lit in your eyes that blaze that never cowered under the white man's gaze. They could not hear the generations of ancestral voices calling from the sugarcane, the cotton and tobacco fields, the cries of souls drowned in the Middle Passage, the anguish caught in the wind and wake of transatlantic slave ships, the sounds of suffering on the slave plantations. But you did. You saw and heard it all in the faces and the voices of your brothers and your sisters on streets of Brooklyn and surrounding neighborhoods. Poverty, racism, gender inequality, discrimination, exploitation, wall after wall designed to trap, deny, defeat a people. But is it not true your roots grew from the rock, the coral stone known for its strength, resilience, its resistance? Is it not true collision breeds a new horizon? Knowing that power conceals nothing without a demand, without a struggle, you pushed against barriers, broke down walls, first Black woman to sit in the House of Congress, first Black woman to run for the US presidency, triumphant in the legislation of childhood care, adult education, battles won for the health and welfare of the oppressed, the downtrodden, unbossed by the brokers of tyranny, unbought by those who did not know some values will not be exchanged for mammon or the soul. Today we call you back to this, your island home. Along the arc of history, you have helped to bend towards justice. Alight here, you with your steel-tipped wings. We call you blessed among your people. Walk here, walk through this guard of honor we prepared for you. A glory, hallelujah moment, for you have shown your sisters and your daughters that our only ceiling is the open sky. Our president, prime minister, deputy prime minister, members of parliament, each holding high the torch that you have lit for them. See how the old guard stands in the distance smiling. Among them, Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth, Rosa Parks, Nanny Grigg, Sarah Ann Gill. They know how time longer than twine, and yet, at every intersection, another Moses stands ready to lead her people into greater victory, greater freedom. Light bearer, trailblazer, game changer, Shirley Chisholm, we salute you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. To Her Excellency, President Sandra Mason, Prime Minister Mia Motley, Mr. Justice Haynes, members of the Cabinet, members of government, members of the Diplomatic Corps,
and all those assembled. Good morning and happy independence. Thank you, Prime Minister Motley, for extending the invitation for our congressional delegation to participate in this grand celebration. Thank you for your partnership, thank you for your friendship, and thank you for your tremendous leadership. Barbados, the Caribbean, and the global South community are stronger today because of your visionary work and advocacy. It is a high honor and a distinct privilege to be with all of you on today as we celebrate 58 years of independence. We know that the people of Barbados are hardworking, entrepreneurial, family-oriented, spiritually grounded, patriotic, industrious, intellectual, inspirational, and you cook great food. That's an incredible combination. Now, Barbados has gifted the world many things. You have given the world Rihanna, Garfield Sobers, Eric Holder, Cuckoo, and Flying Fish, Crop Over, Rum, and of course, the great Shirley Chisholm. It is fitting, therefore, that on Independence Day, we also celebrate and remember the life and the legacy of the great Shirley Chisholm on the 100th anniversary of her birth. Congresswoman Chisholm once observed that she was looking to no man walking this earth for approval of what I'm doing. That sounds like something Mia Motley might say. The groundbreaking, history-making, and trailblazing Shirley Chisholm would be proud that Barbados is now led by two groundbreaking, history-making, and trailblazing women, the President and the Prime Minister. Barbados and the United States share a close relationship, one that we want to strengthen even further. Together, our two nations face common challenges and bountiful opportunities. We are neighbors. We have shared democratic values. We have mutual security concerns, and we have common economic interests. Our 10-person congressional delegation is committed to the economic growth of Barbados and to enhancing opportunity in every corner of this great republic. Just this week, the Export-Import Bank of the United States signed a historic memorandum of understanding with the Republic of Barbados, securing $500 million in funding for work on renewable energy, cybersecurity, water, sanitation, and maritime infrastructure. It is hoped that this historic agreement will bring thousands of good-paying jobs and tremendous economic development. It is groundbreaking. Of course, we understand that in addition to increased economic cooperation, in order to secure a prosperous future for Barbados, we must address the existential threat of the climate crisis. Like many island nations in the global South, Barbados is on the front line in confronting climate change. And, led by Prime Minister Motley, you are critical leaders in this fight. It is a fight that we must confront together with the fierce urgency of now. It is, of course, a great honor to be here 100 years to the day that Shirley Chisholm was born. Congresswoman Chisholm spent much of her childhood right here in Barbados. She later credited her early years on the island as having given her the strength, the spirit, and the spunk to challenge anyone or anything who stood in the way of progress. In 1968, she became the first Black woman ever elected to the United States Congress. And just 4 years later, in 1972, she made an iconic run for president, unbought and unbossed. Joining me on this trip are 9 congressional leaders on issues of importance to Barbados and to the Caribbean. Our bipartisan delegation includes Delegate Amada Radawagan from American Samoa, the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Stephen Horsford, the top Democrat on the Financial Services Committee, Maxine Waters, the top Democrat on the Foreign Affairs Committee, Greg Meeks, and a total of 9 members of the Congressional Black Caucus, including Barbara Lee, an internationally renowned leader in the African diaspora, along with the Honorable Yvette Clarke, the Honorable Joyce Beatty, the Honorable Robin Kelly, and the Honorable Stacey Plaskett. In 1971, when the Congressional Black Caucus was founded, it consisted of 13 members, 12 men and 1 woman, Shirley Chisholm. Today, the Congressional Black Caucus has a record 60 members, 31 of whom are Black women standing on the shoulders of the trailblazing Congresswoman from Brooklyn, Shirley Chisholm. Since the beginning, the CBC has served as the conscience of the Congress and a voice for people of African descent all across the globe. It remains our mission to ensure that all communities have a seat at the table. That's what Congresswoman Chisholm instructed us to do. So standing before you today, I see a nation that for 58 years has embodied pride and industry at the highest levels of excellence. And for this reason, and many others, I know that here in Barbados, the best is yet to come. God bless all of you. God bless the United States, and may God always bless the Republic of Barbados. Happy independence.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister's address to the nation.
Your Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, Chief Justice of Barbados, Mr. Leslie Haynes, his wife, distinguished guests all, but in particular, our guests from the United States Congress, led by Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who just spoke, and the other 9 members of his delegation and supporting staff. And please all forgive me. Young boys and girls, Bajans, welcome and happy independence for this 58th anniversary. Let me hear ya. Let me hear ya. I'm not going to be long, but I want you, in particular, the young boys and girls, to talk to each other after I speak, because I want you, more than anybody else in this crowd today, to remember today. We stand in the shadow of great people who came and sacrificed for us. And there are so many. But today we chose to salute one. And her name is Shirley Anita Chisholm. As fate would have it, not only was she to achieve mighty things and to lay a pathway that still is waiting for the full fruition of its promise, but we can say has seen many others build on her achievements as the first black woman to serve in Congress and the first woman to dare to say, I am good enough to be President of the United States of America. But I want you to go, all Bajans, but in particular our young people, to go and listen to the few interviews that exist on YouTube that speak to who she was and speak to what she stood for. And let me just share but one quotation that is as relevant today as it was then, and is appropriate to us as a guide for where we should go. And I quote, "We must see ourselves in an entirely new perspective and cannot sit in our homes waiting for someone to reach out and do things for us." Doesn't that sound like every Bajan grandmother? Don't wait on anybody to do anything for you. She then went on to say, every tomorrow has 2 handles. We can take hold of the handle of anxiety or the handle of faith. And the first battle is won, my brothers and sisters, when we fight for belief in ourselves and find that it has come to us while we are still battling. We must not allow petty things to color our lives and stimulate them into vast proportions of evil. To dwell on every slight and clutch it close to our breasts and nourish it will corrode our thinking. We're on the move now. And as Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without a struggle. It never has, and it never will. Those were her words delivered at that great university, Howard University, in Washington, D.C., when I was merely 3.5 years old. But you agree with me that when she tells us that nobody's going to do anything for us, that's what we know as a country. And that's why I say that we must get up and prepare our own way. That is why we will forever be friends of all and satellites of none. And we accept that smallness doesn't give us the power to do everything, but smallness makes us nimble, and smallness makes us agile. And if we can remain nimble and agile to the problems that the world faces, be it from the climate that we now know, when the first 6 months of the year it is drought and the second 6 months of the year you can't hide from rain, and thank God today has been blessed with sunshine for us. But we know it. We know that we have choices. and we can approach life with a spirit of hope and can do, or we can find every reason why we can't do something. And that is why I asked us recently, and will reinforce over and over and over for the next few years, God willing, that there shall be beacons of renewal. And that as we face the world, yes, we're going to stand up and be accountable for what we do. We're going to do what we say when we say it and when we mean to do it. We can't resile from that because we are people that depend on each other in order to achieve what we have to do to fight off all of those difficulties. We are also a people who have been resilient, and we have found it possible to endure the worst aspects of slavery and colonialism. And as we live today, we are turning from cheek to cheek, from pandemic to cost of living, from cost of living to climate, from climate to violence and instability and assault weapons. And I say to my brothers and sisters from the U.S. Congress, we in the Caribbean pay a heavy price for your Second Amendment rights. And we need to find better ways of removing assault weapons from the hands of the people of the Caribbean, because we know only too well that while guns don't walk and talk, they kill. And we need to take them from our landscape in this region. We also recognize that we must have respect for ourselves and treat each other with respect. Recognizing that not all have made this journey, but we have a solemn obligation to bring the rest of you. 6.5 years ago, we assumed the government as the third most indebted country in the world in terms of debt to GDP per capita. Today we stand with those problems literally melting away behind us. And by next year, I fully anticipate that our debt to GDP ratio will be down to less than 100% from the high of 177% we inherited it. But we didn't just bring it down by paying off debt and seeing money. We've seen people. We've ensured that you have been able to go back to the University of the West Indies and all tertiary institutions free of charge, because without education we have nothing. We've ensured that we've had to work hard to put buses and garbage trucks, and more are coming because we know that those which we brought 4 and 5 years ago need continuous replenishment, and never to fall in the habit where we leave these things unattended for a decade, as happened before. We are aware that we have a responsibility to renew our social services. And whether it is bringing modern legislation for child justice and protection, reforming a welfare system that is Victorian in everything that it has been, reforming a 19th century criminal justice system, creating opportunities for a new business Barbados, but above all else, creating the platform for the acquiring of skills so that you can help us build out this nation, because 2025 promises to be a boom year in terms of activity and energy and construction across this country. But 2025 will also represent 400 years on the 14th of May that the olive blossom landed in this nation, captained by John Powell, who came and, according to him, took possession of the island. Well, mercifully, we have possession and ownership of the island today. We choose to celebrate that anniversary in 6 months' time, not by celebrating the arrival of the British, but by recognizing that their arrival caused the spirit of resilience to build among us in the midst of awful agony and tyranny. And at that Newton burial ground, where 570 slaves are buried, we will unveil a monument that is testimony to the resilience of the Barbadian people who endured almost 3.5 centuries of exploitation. My friends, 2025 will also be the year when we call you home. Come home, come home, come home. When we shall celebrate, we gathering. And for our friends, if Shirley Chisholm was alive, she would be coming home in the month of October to celebrate we gathering in the parish of Christ Church. But there are others among you who hear my voice, and starting in January from St. Lucie, going right down to next November for the people of St. Michael. We will bring home Bajans wherever you are, and we will merge together as one people, recognizing that we have a solemn duty to work not only to build this country, but to make this planet a better place, particularly to ask for peace and to ensure that this Caribbean region remains a zone of peace. Because without peace, these young boys and girls that we saw here will not be able to secure their future. Young Christopher, head boy of St. Matthew's, when I asked him this morning what you want to be, and Hakeem, you heard him, he wants to be an astronaut. He wants to be an astronaut. Geography does not limit aspirations and never should. And we work hard so that every one of our young people can be the best that they can be, global citizens with Bajan roots. I ask us, therefore, as a people today, to stand tall. This has not been an easy year. We had the ravages of Hurricane Beryl devastate our fishing industry, and 90% of our fishing industry has been affected. And we are working hard with you to ensure that you can rebuild it and the harbor will be repaired. And a new one, regrettably, will still have to be built because they've advised that the existing one will not withstand the new climate crisis. A year ago, when I stood with you on Independence Day, we didn't know we would have to face those expenditures or to face those tribulations. That is why we call the climate crisis the season of superlatives and the season of unexpected. But I ask us, even as we fought off the ravages of the climate, drought and flooding and Hurricane Beryl, even as we came to grips with what guns can do in our community and inciting panic and fear, that equally good things have happened. And our country continues not only to command the confidence of credit rating agencies and international institutions, but investors. And you can stand assured that we will always create a space for Barbadians to ensure that they never become tenants in their own land again, but forever shall be owners of these fields and hills beyond recall. I ask us, as we leave here, to focus on our young. And I ask our young people to remember this day, because it is to you we must turn for the seeds of leadership to flourish. It is to you we must turn to ensure that we can carry on and build upon that which we have received from those who went before. It is to you that we must now secure a place and to secure this nation. For while we must always tend to the older among us, it is for the young that we must build this nation. And I ask you to join us, recognizing in the small things that you do at school, how you treat your fellow classmates, how you respect yourself, how you dress, how you behave, how you fight the urge to want to lash out at people, and to recognize that there is always a better way to talk things out. So that as we call for peace globally, let us have peace in every sphere and in every corner of our countries. My friends, I want to salute Leader Hakeem Jeffries for his speech and for his kind words, and simply say to you, you spoke in a way that if I didn't know better, I would say that you could win any election here by winning the hearts and minds of the people of this nation. Thank you, and for your brothers and sisters who have joined you, let me also say thank you. And to the honorees, you have helped build this nation. We salute you today. We thank you. And we ask you to stand as inspiration for those who will come after you. For in so doing, I know, as our anthem says, we shall move on in strength and unity. We shall not just be strict craftsmen of our heritage, but firm craftsmen of our faith. I can't sing, but you know you have to help me because every day, every year, this is a ritual. So forgive the lack of capacity to carry melody. But let us go. God bless. I can't hear you. God bless. God bless Bimon. Independence Day, Independence Day, Independence Day. God bless Bim on Independence Day. God bless him, we hope and pray. 3 cheers, hip hip! Louder, hip hip! Hip hip! God bless you all, and may this nation move from strength to strength to strength. Thank you, and thank God for the living and testimony of Shirley Anita Chisholm. God bless us.
Of course, much of it dedicated to talking about Shirley Chisholm as well.
What an inspiring day this must be for our young girls and women in Barbados.
If only to mention that there are 9 congressional leaders who are here in Barbados for the occasion, and just about 7 of them are indeed women as well. So definitely a day for the ladies and girls.
A day for the ladies. And we're actually very proud of them. And this is particularly important to me because
soca artiste Natalie Burke will perform one of her hit songs, Colors. She will be accompanied on saxophone by Romaro Graves, on trumpet Kevin Lynch, and Jomo Slusher on trombone.
As Natalie herself is a teacher by profession. Very proud occasion for her to be able to perform at this morning's Independence Celebration.
Barbados! If you're proud to be a Bajan, put all your flags up, put all your flags up. And if you represent we nation, let me see flags up, let me see flags. We representing blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue. We representing. Yeah, hear the rhythm of the them down behind the truck and the big man up on top. We come here to be free, so jam in unity and let the whole world see that we proud of we country. Sweet music playing and we behaving like there is no tomorrow. Bassline vibrating, the mood it creating, enough to wash away sorrow. This is one big jam, we setting it up and giving to God up for bringing us here. Another year we celebrating we culture. So if you're proud to be a Bajan, put something up in the air, let me see your flags in the air. And what we represent in blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue. See my people represented. So long strong, this nation is we pride. Together unified, 166 squared and 1 smile wide. Bajans, big up yourself, it's you and no one else. Show some love for your country, let me see it now. Sweet music playing and we behaving like there is no tomorrow. This life we treasure, Bajan forever, lovely Barbados. Bigging up my land, Barbados my home. No matter wherever I roam, we industry and we pride. Take it worldwide, never forget we culture. So if you're proud to be a Bajan, and if you represent we nation, because we representing, we representing, and everybody know, raise your hand, raise your hand, raise your hand, whoa, raise your hand, raise your hand, raise your hand. Wash up your hand cause you're proud of this island. Blood, sweat and tears, man, it helped build this nation. Strength and intelligence are part of my people, and nobody can take it away. But here we grow, but here we gonna stay. We only fly out to take a little holiday. Barbados island of dreams, sweet from the heights and terraces straight to the housing schemes. Paradise is the only way to describe my land, well, by the Father's hand. Paradise is the only way to describe my land, so let me sing in celebration now. Nothing can compare to we food and we drinks and the talent every artist brings. As a true Bajan, show appreciation, let me express we culture. So if you're proud to be, put something up in the air, let me see your hands in the air. And sing the text. Blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue, what we representing. Wave them like that. Wave them from side to side. Raise your hand, raise your hand, raise your hand because you're proud of this island. Raise your hand, raise your hand, raise your hand. And what we represent in blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue. We represent in blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue. Happy Independence Day. Thank you. Love you, Barbados.
We will now be treated to a video presentation in tribute to Miss Shirley Chisholm.
I stand before you today as a candidate for the Democratic nomination for the presidency of the United States of America.
Shirley Anita St. Hill Chisholm was born in Brooklyn, New York on November 30th, 1924 to Charles St. Hill of Guyana and Barbadian Ruby Seal St. Hill. Chisholm, who created history in 1968 as the first African-American woman elected to the United States Congress, and in 1972, over 50 years ago, as the first African-American woman to run for a presidential nomination, spent part of her childhood right here in Barbados.
I had 6 years upbringing in the island of Barbados. Our system was fantastic, really fantastic. Those early years of my life on the island of Barbados gave me the spirit, gave to me the spunk that was necessary to challenge all of these age-old traditions. I was never afraid of anything. I was never afraid of anybody, and today's the same way. I'm not afraid of anything, or I'm not afraid of anybody. You're going to hear from me.
And hear from her they did.
And the moment I made the determination that I was going to run, I knew that hell would break loose, and it did. Because look at who I am. I am a black female daring to have the audacity to say I would like to be the President of the United States of America. I am not running to become a vice president or to become a cabinet member. I am running very seriously to become the president of this country. Change doesn't come about by masses. Change comes about by catalysts who dare. Change comes about by those who put their neck on the chopping block and hopefully are able to withstand the insults, the giggles, the snickers, the laughter.
Her list of achievements is long and impressive. Last year, right here in Barbados, the Vauxhall Primary School was renamed the Shirley Chisholm Primary School. And this year, in her centenary year, the Barbados government is honoring this trailblazer through the Shirley Chisholm Project, celebrating Shirley 100 years.
It's been a remarkable thing for the government of Barbados, Black Caucus, everything to recognize the woman and the works of Shirley Chisholm, what would have been her 100th year. When we start looking at things like Obama's Audacity of Hope, where he is actually citing this girl who grew up in Barbados, who's part of me, who shares DNA with me, I think as a family, it just ignites the fire within. And the fact that she is being recognized, it just sends us totally into orbit. I am so proud to say that I am related to Shirley Chisholm.
What a beautiful view of Bridgetown and Kensington Oval. And you're looking at a section of the audience here from the Clergy Diplomatic Corps Cabinet of Barbados and today's honorees. And in just a few, Major Taylor, we will have the parade taking to the streets. As they make their way back in at this point.
We have one final duty to perform, and that is to participate in the salute to the nation. In this next phase, we will see troops form up. We will see the President and Prime Minister will stand with us, and we will have the traditional 21-gun salute, the highest honor that can be given on a military spectacle. That will be followed by prayers for the nation and the recitation of the national pledge.
Now, this format is a little different from what we've seen a few years ago, where there was a separation of the honors and, of course, the parade. So here the troops are and the unarmed groups moving back into the parade square.
We had a sort of interruption to the parade itself to do all the other necessary national activities. But the parade will reform now, and we will get back to parading as we go through the final phase of today's presentation. And that, of course, we will see all of the troops on parade proudly marching through Bridgetown, which is also very much part of the spectacle of Independence Day. Proud Barbadian. What a spectacle, the troops marching back on to the parade ground to the stirring sounds of the massed band.
As we watch the parade get back in place, what can the audience look forward to during the procession that will head through Bridgetown?
Well, the usual spectacle, each of the units on parade will have, where possible, their own band. And it is traditional that we sound as festive and as national as we can, so you can expect the bands to be playing some of the latest calypsos. And I mentioned the band, but if you can just detect a spooge beat in there, makes this whole parade very distinctly Barbadian.
Absolutely, and just by looking on, we see our national colors, our flag flying high, the spirit of our people shining bright, and the unwavering strength of our nation here on display. Each beat of the drum, every step tells a story. That's
Indeed.
our story, a story of resilience and courage and determination, as Prime Minister said in her presentation.
You'll note that the band is formed up on this occasion at the rear of the parade. This is very much part of the final phase of the parade as they prepare to advance in review order, from which position we'll have the salute to the nation. And joining them, of course, the members of the Barbados Legion. Just as much pep in their step as anybody else.
And you can see the pride beaming in their faces. What a momentous occasion. The 58th anniversary of independence and the 3rd year of Barbados as a republic. We didn't have occasion to see our 2 living national heroes today, but most certainly keeping them in our thoughts as well as we celebrate this occasion.
And indeed, we offer our congratulations to all of the honorees today, the awardees.
Definitely some familiar faces in the lineup, taken from a wide cross-section of society, from creatives to media, arts and sports. That's what the honors are all about, honoring Barbados, Barbadians across society.
And that theme of service seems to run right through the awards. Community service.
And they're forming up fairly quickly. Take us back to rehearsals quickly in terms of getting so many people together.
Well, it's a special skill of the military to be able to coordinate things. These things are fairly carefully planned. They will know exactly where they're going and how they will get back and the positions that they will occupy once they're back on the parade ground. All of this well rehearsed. We have close to, well, exceeding 900 troops on parade today, all told. Formed back up now under the command of the parade second in command, Senior Superintendent Acting Christine Stanford.
And this is Parade Commander
Lieutenant Colonel Julia Dabrio. For those watching at home who may be familiar somewhat with military uniforms, I think, if I am not mistaken, this is the first time we are seeing that style of hat befitting the rank of Lieutenant Colonel in female style. I've had the pleasure over the years of actually working with Lieutenant Colonel Dabrio, and I can assure you, she's as tough as they come when necessary, but yet as kind and compassionate as need be.
Stand still! The ringer!
Parade will advance a little closer to the
The parade
central point
will
for the final
advance
salute.
in review order by the center. Quick march.
Please stand.
And what a spectacle it is.
And they halt without word of command, precisely in position.
The dignitaries will now make their way to the parade ground for the salute to the nation.
And for the first time, the Prime Minister and the President walking side by side. For the first time today.
During the salute to the nation, the
Quite a
following
moment.
will occur: the presidential salute, the national anthem, and a 21-gun salute.
Y21, that is convention.
Salute to Barbados. Present. Arms.
So during the salute, the flags dipped in sign of deference and
The prayers for the
fealty.
nation will be delivered by Reverend Vasco Perry.
We now have prayers to the nation, for the nation.
Good morning. Protocol having been established, kindly let us pray. Dear Almighty God and Heavenly Father, Creator and Sustainer of this world, we enter into your presence for the express purpose of seeking your blessing upon this, our island home. As we celebrate our 58th year of independence, we pray that you will graciously answer these prayers we now place before you. We pray for the leadership of this nation, more particularly Her Excellency, the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, President of Barbados, the Right Honorable Mia Moore Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados, and all members of Parliament, the opposition leader, and members of the Senate. We ask, dear Father, that they will intentionally seek and choose your wisdom to guide their every decision. When they are confronted by difficult decisions, help them to understand your presence is a safe haven in which they can unlock the secrets of this life. We pray for the judiciary of this nation. May His Justice, Mr. Leslie Haynes, Chief Justice of Barbados, and every person associated with the judiciary again be guided by your infinite wisdom in dispensing justice in this island. Help them to always call to mind the sobering words of your servant James, who in James 3:70 writes, "But the wisdom that comes from heaven is first pure, then peace-loving, considerate, submissive, full of mercy and good fruit, impartial and sincere." Dear God, we also pray for the business owners of this island. Dear Father, we thank you for granting them the vision and the wherewithal to establish and manage their businesses. May they apply godly principles in every decision so that their businesses be successful and create consistent employment and generational wealth. We bring the farmers of this island before you. Graciously bless their labors by granting favorable conditions for the development of crops and livestock. Father, we also ask that you be with the protective and military services of this island. Theirs is at times a dangerous and thankless duty. We pray that you will give them courage, understanding, and wisdom to execute their duties while granting them divine protection at all times. Heavenly Father, may the employees in the private and the public sectors exhibit the quality of work which will make Barbados shine among its peers in the world, and may they be well compensated for their professionalism. Finally, Father, we ask that you will guide every citizen of this island. May we all be clear in our understanding that your word, which declares that Proverbs 14:34, that righteousness exalts a nation, but sin condemns any people, is still true today. Help us realize that to love the Lord our God with all our heart, and to love our neighbors as ourselves, and to do unto others as we would have them to do unto us, is still the most pertinent and relevant counsel by which mankind can abide. So, Father, we ask that you answer these prayers on this day and going forward. In Jesus' name, amen.
Parade! Parade! Shine!
The national pledge will be delivered by Ms. Soraya Prescott of the St. Christopher Primary School and Mr. Aidan Griffith of the St. Bartholomew's Primary School. Please repeat after them.
I pledge allegiance to my country, Barbados,
Pledge allegiance to my country, Barbados,
and to my flag,
and to my flag,
to uphold and defend their honor,
to uphold and defend their honor,
and by my living,
and by my living,
to do credit to my nation,
to my nation,
wherever I go.
wherever I go. Now, remove headdress! Remove headdress! 3 cheers for Barbados! Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Parade! Now, replace headdress! Replace headdress! Shun! Shoulder! Arms! Present! Arms!
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the departure of the Most Honorable Dame Sandra Mason, President of Barbados.
So her voice has to carry to give command to the entire size of the parade. Also note that Lieutenant Colonel Dabrio, today's parade commander, stands in a line of women lieutenant colonels. Before her we had Lieutenant Colonel Athleen Branch, and before her we had Lieutenant Colonel Florence Gittins, who is present here today, and one of the first women to enlist in the Barbados Regiment.
We're going to now have the departure of the dignitaries, starting with the President.
Of course, I get asked, why do we hear the national anthem so many times on a parade like this? But of course, it serves different functions. We had the anthem played during the 21-gun salute. That's a salute to Barbados. And we heard the anthem again as part of the cheers to Barbados, and recite the national pledge, and we have the national anthem. And of course, this last occasion was the presidential salute to the President.
And there's where the President will take her leave. Of course, coming up a little later, there's still the actual toast to the nation at State House.
The Chief of Staff and Commissioner of Police seeing off Her Excellency. When she is present, they become her official aides-de-camp.
By members.
Kindly remain standing for the departure of the Honorable Mia Amor Mockley, Prime Minister of Barbados.
Look on as the vehicle gleams in the bright sunlight, and the PM's aide-de-camp.
This is Lieutenant Coast Guard Karen Carvalho.
Enters. The Prime Minister will make her way to the Parliament of Barbados to take her official salute just after the ceremonial march through Bridgetown.
And please remain standing for the departure of the Honorable Mr. Justice Leslie Haynes, Chief Justice of Barbados.
The march through Bridgetown will take us all the way up to National Hero Square, where the salute will be given. But along the route, you can expect to see the troops marching proudly, moving to the very stirring music of the various bands.
So speaking to those of you along the route here in Bridgetown, if you live in the environs or you want to get at a great vantage point to be able to see this march through Bridgetown, this ceremonial march through Bridgetown, now is a good time to get in position. The troops will make their way up Fontebelle and on to Lower Broad Street, Upper Broad Street, and then past National Hero Square.
Quite a fitting way to end today's spectacle.
You may be seated.
Parading.
The final dignitaries to depart will be the Chief of Staff, Barbados Defense Force, Brigadier Carlos Lovell, and the Commissioner of Police, Barbados Police Service, Mr. Richard Boyce.
And we always learn something new. I don't think I've ever heard in all the parades that I've watched since I was a little girl. I don't think I've ever watched any. We've all missed any. We've always woken up to watch the parade early in the morning. First time that I've heard that the Commissioner of Police and the Chief of Staff become the PM's official aide-de-camps.
That is part of their national duty when the president is present.
And we can see in the background members of the cabinet taking their leave. They're going to join the PM just outside of the Parliament of Barbados. And it must be a proud moment for Brigadier Carlos Lovell indeed. His first parade in this new position.
I'm sure he took notes, and if there's anyone found at fault, there will be a price.
We'd love to hear about it.
That's an inside story.
I
for the
know
military.
that. That's the journalist in me, or as we would say in Bajan parlance, the M-word side of me.
But from my vantage point, I think we had a pretty good parade, actually.
Absolutely, I'd agree with that wholeheartedly. And I know many of the people who've taken up their various vantage points here at Kensington Oval will make their way on the road as well.
Lieutenant Colonel Dabrio will be relieved that
The final phase of the parade will be the march through Bridgetown and the paying of compliments to the Prime Minister in Heroes Square. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today and continue to enjoy your 58th anniversary of Barbados's independence. A very happy Independence Day to you.
Of course, for parade commander, there are no notes, so she has to memorize the entire sequence.
Shan! Shoulder! Arms!
At this point, job nearly done. The various units will separate into their
Unarmed units! Edwards! Turn!
into the various groups for the march through Bridgetown.
We just saw a glimpse just outside of Kensington Oval.
Outwards! Turn!
This is where the armed and unarmed units will be forming up to make that ceremonial march through our historic city.
They will indeed, and this is a favorite part of the parade. It used to be for me anyway. You know, the band playing its nicest music, its latest calypsos, and the troops swinging their arms with pride, moving to the rhythm of the beat. And of course, family looking on, little ones waving.
It's great to be back here at the Mecca this time around, even though we enjoyed the stint, the very short stint, at the Usain Bolt Sports Complex for last year's presentation, and then the subsequent march up Black Rock Main Road truly was a difference. It was in the heart of the community, and we saw lots and lots of people come out from their homes to take in the spectacle.
By the right! Quick march!
From here, Major Taylor, what happens? Do they go outside and form up again, or do they just follow on through the city?
Yeah, they will make their way to the march through Bridgetown from right here. Off shot, the bands will be separating and they have been assigned to the various groups, and they will march them up.
Quite an interesting look with the panes in the background as they march by, almost doubling the numbers in size. That building, as I told you, is a new addition here at Kensington Oval, following the recent renovations for the T20 World Cup, the final staged right here, and very successfully so.
Quite an impressive parade ground, if I'm honest. The garrison, while it has a lot of historic significance, the ground can be a little uneven, and the access to view the parade can be a little restrictive. At Usain Bolt, we had a lovely surface, but the capacity was somewhat limited. I think Kensington Oval brings just about the right balance.
And it's indeed heartwarming to see, as you mentioned, over 900
in excess of 900 troops on parade
this morning on parade.
Women taking center stage, and we mentioned the Corps of Women as part of the parade as one of the detachments, but I'm reminded that this is not new. We've been doing this for several years.
On a personal note, Major Taylor, how does participating in the parade resonate with your own experiences in the service? This time around, you, of course, are lending your expertise from this side of things.
Truth be told, I actually miss being on parade. Watching it and helping others to understand what's happening, that's nice, but being on parade is something that I really enjoyed myself. And I've done it for many years, coming through the Cadet Corps and then moving on to the Barbados Regiment. And now in terms of military service, later years, I get to sit it out and watch, but I do miss being out there.
Absolutely. You yourself were a cadet. We've mentioned that several times today. Certainly, you credit that for where you are today.
I do indeed. A lot of my approaches to life, to leadership, were honed as a member of the Cadet Corps. And I've had some very inspiring examples over the years. I'm sure I'll be forgiven for mentioning people like Colonel Dighton Maynard and others who were Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Bostick. And by the way, you can thank Jeffrey Bostick for the innovation of having a member of the Barbados Police Service as the second in command of the parade. Many years ago, when he's parade commander, he thought it would be a nice touch to be more inclusive, and that tradition continues to this day.
And then there's some members whom you wouldn't immediately think would be a part of the parade, but they are. And it says a great deal about how we work together across sectors and in government and NGOs alike for the country to work. It truly is symbolic of that effort. For example, the government security guards coming out as a part of the presentation.
Very much part of the fabric of what we do and how we support our entire nation.
And now a close-up of the young ladies of the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps.
And their impressive white socks and white gloves.
Quite an interesting uniform as well, with pleats all around, the yellow, reminiscent of the sun and our beautiful sand beaches, white sand beaches on the inside, with the blue.
Mm-hmm. It's a clever idea, because if you see how the male uniform is shaped with the yellow piping, that perhaps doesn't work quite so well on a skirt, but to have the pleats showing the yellow, a nice touch, a nice touch.
You also made mention of the parade commander's hat, which you said you thought was the first occasion that style of hat was being worn.
Mm-hmm. First time I've seen it. If you look at it very closely, you notice that the style of hat for men and women. It's rather different. And if you look even more closely, you will note that the arrangement of the braiding on the hat is quite different as you go up in rank. So this special hat, I think it's the first time I've seen it on a parade in that style, befitting her high rank.
And the showing has been exceptional from the masked band as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Barbados Police Service Band, solid as usual, supported very ably by the Band of the Barbados Defence Force, and I'm so pleased to see the cadets from the Band of the Barbados Cadet Corps.
Are there any other occasions where we would see, contingents from the three bands coming together?
I think Independence is perhaps the only occasion where we will see deliberately a masked band put together. And they rehearse the same music, play the same music, play to the same standard, which is obviously a very strong part of the development of the young cadets.
What are some of the pieces? I don't know if you'll be willing to share with us, but as we mentioned, it usually is a wonderful mixture of the old tradition and the new once they get out for that ceremonial march through our city.
Well, it is the long-standing practice that your best calypsos come out because you want to have the crowd enjoy what you do. Not only that, you want to motivate the troops to keep going all the way from here to Bridgetown, and music really does drive that. It's very important to have a nice groove, a nice beat going, and the bands have done that traditionally very, very well for many years.
Now, I know that you talked about missing maybe just a bit being out there in the parade square and marching on, but at this stage, they've been going for quite a few hours. So what's the driving force out there with the bright sunshine and, what's really driving them to make it to the other side of things?
Pride in what you do, that pride in serving. And of course, the support from the public, when you feel that energy, feel that love, you feel that the public is as proud of you as you are of yourself, and that keeps you going.
Are these some other cadets we're looking at in other wear?
Well, we had 3 detachments of cadets on parade. Of course, that beautiful display that we witnessed comprised of 120 cadets, and they will now join the march up to Hero Square.
We're just looking at the car park area.
Yep, they have retired to the Hanchelinist car park where they will form themselves up into the various groups, armed units, 2 sets of unarmed units, and they will work their way up. The bands will separate so that each group can have a nice engine behind them.
Isn't it an interesting view of Bridgetown from the air? We're accustomed to seeing all of these buildings and spaces and roadways from ground level, but to look at Bridgetown from the air, it truly is a splendid view.
It is a beautiful little town.
Approximately how long do you anticipate it will take for the troops to be able to make it to National Hero Square and exact that salute for Prime Minister Mia-Moore Motley?
It's not a particularly long route, so I expect once they get started, they'll get there fairly quickly.
And at this stage, I believe the masked band kind of breaks up so that all of the troops will have the benefit of hearing.
That is correct.
The music play.
We can just catch a glimpse there of the band separating, and the cadet band actually will be in their full numbers. You might have noticed that not all of them were part of the masked band, but they will certainly be out in their full numbers as they do the march through Bridgetown. Some perhaps 40 of them.
That's exceptional. Talk to me a little bit about the cadets on a daily basis. I know there's a lot happening with them. From your perspective, on the weekends, the Sikh cadets get out and do their training. The other ones are at the schools, but they have occasion to come in and do various activities as well.
Yes, as you saw in the display, we have lots of different and exciting elements to the Barbados Cadet Corps. Each school has its own cadet company, but beyond that, we have various specialist units, the catering unit, who had the distinct pleasure of catering for Her Excellency. We have the medical unit and their green shirts, that's how you tell them. We have the latest baby, our technical engineering and digital unit, into robotics and coding, drone piloting and photography and videography, and some work in presentation skills. So we aim really to build a nicely rounded citizen to hand over to productivity in Barbados.
And you spoke with us some time ago about the numbers, the percentages of cadets who kind of make the move into the Barbados Defense Force.
Well, that's something that we encourage definitely. If you're a very good cadet, the chances are you'll make a good soldier because half the work is done. And we have good examples of this, even as far as our Chief of Staff, Brigadier level, is very proud, immensely proud of his cadet career, particularly at the Lodge School. And interestingly, Deputy Chief of Staff, Captain Mark Peterson, Captain Naval that is, or Captain Coast Guard, is also a product of the Lodge School and the Barbados Cadet Corps, and quite a few others.
He must be very proud. Both of his sons, Captain Peterson, both of his sons are also a part of the Cadet Corps.
Indeed, and if you saw the display, there was a part of it where there was a physical training type demonstration. The leader of that little section was the son of Brigadier level.
So definitely looking at legacy as we move on. And members of the mounted troop making their way out of the car park area here just outside of Kensington Oval, over at the neighboring business of Hanschel Innes, just showing how we work together to be able to make things happen. And they're going to make their way out to Fontebelle.
Yes, with in excess of 900 troops having to sort themselves out into the various groups. It'll take a minute or two to get it going, but I'm sure it's going to be a fantastic spectacle as we traverse Fontebelle, Lower Broad Street, all the way up to Hero Square.
Absolutely. A little later this evening, we mentioned that there's going to be the salute to the nation at State House, but over at the BDF headquarters, I know that you have your own celebration as well. Tell us a little bit about it for those of us who are outsiders, so to speak.
Well, suffice it to say, we will be well refreshed in many ways, but that's a family thing.
Quite interesting. What emotions do you experience as you kind of lead the young ones? And we talked a lot this morning about the youth and the prominent part they played in the entire presentation. But what emotions do you experience as you kind of lead them on an occasion like this one? Not only for you, when I say you, I mean not you specifically, but you collectively, in terms of all of the officers who work along with these young people, to see the culmination in this way.
Indeed, a big shout out to our teachers, those who give so much of their time and energy and even personal resources. As teachers in schools, it is a huge demand, and I know this because many of the teachers are some of my officers, and I hear firsthand the lengths that they go to make sure that our young people grow into the very best version of themselves.
Now, as COO of the organization, I know there are various things that you will want to accomplish in your own tenure as one of the persons leading the organization. So, what's your vision for the Barbados Cadet Corps how do you see the role evolving in the context of national identity, even as we take on more of the face of being a republic and examine our national emblems and societies, community groups, and the like?
Well, I have one real desire, and that is to see the next generation even better than this one. You know, for the full sense of confidence and competence, so that they can be as productive as they can be, whether in public service or private industry, so that when somebody sees an employee, they can almost tell that must have been a member of the Barbados Cadet Corps, the way they carry themselves, the way they articulate. But that is what we want, because we want a strong, productive Barbados, and that has to come from strong, productive people, and we start the process.
So we spoke a lot about the uniforms and the ceremonial uniforms. We've seen quite a few different variations as we look on now, and as the troops gather outside and get ready for that ceremonial march. It's plain to see, you know, the mixture of colors, very, very beautiful and vibrant colors. But you today, I mean, when I saw you come in with all of your shiny medals, I made comment of your particular uniform. So tell us a little bit about this uniform you're wearing today.
Well, not particularly special. This blue is the ceremonial uniform of the Barbados Cadet Corps, which I happen to be posted to. You're more familiar with the green of the Barbados Regiment, and of course the lily white of the Barbados Coast Guard. And these are the elements of the Barbados Defence Force, collectively led and ably managed by brigadier level at the force headquarters level. So I am happy to be part of that leadership of the Barbados Defence Force, and it's not a duty I take lightly. It's a pretty important duty, and if you ask me personally, you can keep command of the Coast Guard and the regiment and all of that. That's good stuff, but the real formation of future Barbados happens under my watch. I like that.
Even as we reflect on moving forward as a republic, I know that there were some changes that might be seen as subtle changes, but they must have been major for you in terms of once we became a republic, then even the buttons, certain insignia,
That's right.
we talked about the colors and the flag being changed, the emblems. What was it like making that change over for the military?
I'm not sure that I could use a word that I might like to. I'd secretly say maybe chaotic, but certainly having to have to get a new stand of colors and having to change the badges of rank. Those in the know would remember that the major used to wear a little crown on his shoulder, and today we wear the coat of arms. So there were some changes, but it's gone really rather well, to a point where we're so used to it now that I don't really remember what the old badge of rank looked and felt like.
If we reflect on what happened throughout the parade today, what would you say for you has been a high point or a highlight of the entire presentation?
Two things. The strong presence of the youth and the very strong leadership of the women. Very, very impressive and quite memorable.
Quite interesting. I enjoyed the presentation from the Barbados Cadet Corps, taking us down memory lane and back to the future with that very interesting presentation. That was a favorite of mine. And as you mentioned, to be here to witness 3 women as parade adjutant, second and first in command, to be able to command the 58th anniversary parade for Barbados independence is something that we shan't forget soon.
I'm glad you mentioned the display. We condensed 120 years in about 5 to 10 minutes. So we've been over a bit of a time travel. And we have to thank also Mr. Carl Alf Padmore, Captain Michael Jules, and others who put the whole thing together and made a very, very fine presentation of it.
And now we see many people have moved from here in the Oval. They've taken up their vantage points all along the roadways outside of Kensington Oval. The road you're looking at is the road leading into Hanshel Innes, which is just next to Kensington Oval, and where there are lots of people gathered is just in front of the Nation Publishing Company there on Fontebelle. So we definitely are waiting to see our troops take to the streets. I feel like this part of the presentation takes on a different look and feel completely.
Yes, it is a very different aspect of a national spectacle. Very much enjoyed the steadiness of the parade and the formalities of the parade, but this is also very much a fun part of the day's activities.
What do you remember about independence as a young man in the Cadet Corps?
I actually have very fond memories of being part of the massed band, standing next to musicians from the police band that I very much respected, and being as a young boy, being part of that mass band just felt so special to me, and it's kept me going. That sense of passing on that experience to the next generation. So I absolutely insisted, as did Brigadier Level, that the cadets had to be part of the massed band today, because that's how we keep things moving. That's how we keep it going.
And it most certainly is about succession planning, ensuring that you're passing that knowledge and experience on to the next generation.
Yeah, success is not an accident, never an accident. We do have to plan and very carefully plan these things and deal with all the challenges and the changes that come. As I was saying to a friend of mine just recently, we have an interesting situation where there are still a few Gen Xers like me around, and millennials essentially run the Army. And we have Gen Z as many of the younger soldiers in the Army. And as a member of the Cadet Corps, officer of the Cadet Corps, we now have to work with Gen Alpha. Many different generations, all with very different perspectives, that we have to find a way of keeping a certain continuity working right across that generation.
And they're off. We're not talking about the races. We have the troops who are now on Fontebelle,
Yes.
or moving toward Fontebelle. They're going to make the left turn.
Up front, we have the stick orderlies, who you would have seen performing their roles as corridor openers, etc., leading off the parade, leading off the procession. We have the parade commander up front, and the parade parade adjutant as well. They're leading the guard of honor of the Barbados, made up from the Barbados Regiment, and the other armed unit troops will be following them. They are going to be motivated along the route by the Barbados Defence Force Band that we see there in their iconic Zouave uniform.
And for them, timing is everything. They do it so well, they make it look easy. But to be able to coordinate in this way takes quite a lot of time and planning, effort and precision.
Yeah, and I love the way we dominate the street as we process. We open up the ranks. You see that lovely arm swing. We see the colors proudly paraded right between both halves of the guard, followed by the color of the Zouave band, the Barbados Defence Force Band. They are followed by the Barbados Coast Guard and elements of the Barbados Regiment. The reservists in their throwback uniform to the days of the volunteer force, and the Corps of Women, etc. What a wonderful, wonderful spectacle.
And exactly what you explained to us as to how they kind of open up and dominate the road was demonstrated there by the contingent from the Coast Guard.
That's right. And they're followed by the Regiment Reserves. They will take a similar approach. Now, along the route, you may not realize, but there are, I guess we call them parade marshals, who are responsible, each responsible for a section of the route. They ensure that things happen at the correct pace, at the correct time, so that we arrive where we're meant to be right on cue. And the band will be setting a nice, easy pace for them to march to. I'm sure we're not hearing the audio very clearly here, but I'm sure they're playing something that's enjoyable.
Absolutely. It's amazing to see the arms swinging in unison as they make their way up Fontebelle. And many Barbadians lining the route, but also following on, as you can see. For this particular part of the presentation, the ceremonial march through Bridgetown, we just have the armed
Yes,
detachments.
each group will get its chance to be part of the procession, but led, of course, by the armed units.
And in previous years, we've had this in various iterations. I think one year, for example, it was a full-fledged parade. We had some musical presentations, a music truck, some cultural figures, etc. So from year to year, it's great to see that we have a little bit of leeway to be able to present it differently.
Yeah, change is important. Variety is important.
As they march past the Advocate building. And as you mentioned, it's going quite quickly because they're going at quite the pace.
Mm-hmm. It looks more demanding than it perhaps is. Being on the march is actually quite comfortable. In fact, more comfortable, I dare say, than standing on parade.
I'm sure they're very proud to be out in the streets and within the community. What do you think this does for the community to be able to, particularly young ones, since we're focusing on youth today, for them to be able to move through the community in this way on this occasion?
I think it gives a sense of reassurance to the community, to the elders in the community. I think it gives a sense of inspiration to the younger ones in the community. So this public display of who and what we are, I think is very important. Again, to just reiterate it, that sense of Barbados is in safe hands, and the future of Barbados is there.
Now, I know spacing and timing is everything. So talk us through this gap that we're seeing between the BDF and the ZOAV band.
Well, in an ideal world, the spacing between the various detachments will not change. But I can tell you from personal experience, when you're marching with an instrument and you're playing your music, sometimes you can step a little shorter than the marching troops who are really stepping out and pushing forward. But that's the job of the parade marshals, who will keep everything as tightly synchronized as they can.
Now, this most certainly is not the entire complement of the Barbados Defence Force. How is it determined who will go on parade every year?
Well, to make it into the Guard of Honor, naturally, you will have to be the best of the best. That's where we will start. The Corps of Women will take care of itself. There are only so many women that you can choose from, and you want to get as much exposure as you can for as many as you can. Coast Guard, likewise, will select its best to be on parade. But that's not to say that there aren't many other soldiers very much on duty today doing all sorts of other things. Everything from ensuring that the catering is in order, ensuring that the security perimeter is maintained, coordinating the logistics, coordinating the signals, that is communication between the various elements of the force. All of these things happen all at once. It's sometimes people may be tempted to misunderstand the level of activity that the Barbados Defence Force actually engages in, because you don't see them, in your face every day. But I can tell that the life of a soldier is a pretty tough one. Hours are long, the duties are many. It's a little demanding on family life too, and so I take the opportunity to thank those family members out there who stand by and support the members of the services, men and women.
And we can now see the Corps of Women. As we mentioned before, we have both women who are from the Coast Guard as well as the regiment making up
Yes, this Corps
the Corps
of
of
Women.
Women.
And they perform a number of duties right across the force, everything from clerical and catering, various elements of service. And if I'm not mistaken, we now have one of the first female officers in charge of a special operations troop at Paragon Base.
The first officers are already making their way over to the Cheapside area, which of course is our marketplace here in Barbados for vendors, where they usually come out as early sometimes as 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, and that this would be a traditional Bridgetown early Saturday morning. This is far from what we would usually see in this particular area.
Yeah, what a fantastic spectacle. They're making good progress, but it is quite a sight to behold, especially from the vantage point of the drone view. Not something that we would have seen too much of in the past, but this offers a very, very pleasant perspective.
Absolutely. They seem to be holding in form at this stage for some reason and closing.
Well, again, that's the job of the parade marshals. We leave nothing to chance. Somebody's making sure everything is just right as we progress.
Isn't it an interesting sight as we make the comparison of what Bridgetown looks like early on a Saturday morning as compared to what is happening today, which we call in Barbados affectionately a bank holiday, where we won't necessarily have the vendors out with the market's best outside of the general post office in the area and all the way back up to Lower Broad Street, just showing off their fruit and vegetables, offering them for sale. Of course, we can see the bus stand and all the way out to the water.
Fantastic shots, fantastic.
And again, the troops are holding steady just outside of entering into the Cheapside area at the top of Fontebelle here, taking in the beautiful views of Bridgetown, bird's eyes views of Bridgetown.
See another set of troops formed up some distance away, and that's important because obviously when we have marching troops and the bands are playing, if they're too close together, you may get a little bit of crosstalk between the bands. So there's going to be a little bit of space between them, but they will make their way up.
There's still quite a bit of activity happening even outside in the car park here outside of Kensington Oval as well as we get ready. If you're just tuning in for some reason, we are celebrating Barbados' 58th anniversary of independence and 3rd anniversary being a republic. Major Alfred Taylor is here with us as military commentator, sharing all of the various aspects of what we can expect. And we, of course, are here at Kensington Oval, still taking in all of the action as the troops make their way for the ceremonial march through Bridgetown, and the Prime Minister as well as members of the cabinet await their arrival for the salute in that area.
Indeed, very much part of today's spectacle, very much as enjoyable as any other part of the parade. That march through town, always a pleasant experience for the troops and I'm sure for the public.
Now, you mentioned you were a part of the band, but you never told us what instrument you play.
I was a clarinetist,
Interesting. How did you get into clarinet?
cadet band at Commerce School. Um, so, a range of opportunities open up once you are a member of the cadet corps, and indeed many other organizations in our schools. And I encourage every single child at school get involved in some extracurricular activities. Um, you may well find that they assist you with better efforts, even in your academic work. It's very, very important to become as rounded as you can be. Make best use of your time at school to do just that. If I'm honest, I think on reflection I might have made better use of my time at school, but things didn't turn out too badly for me in the end.
And it's great to hear you talking about playing clarinet. For the band, is it a little different for these extended periods? And marching, you have to carry your instrument. I'm always a little concerned about the gentlemen who carry the bigger drums.
It's tougher than you might think, actually, to march and play and breathe and read and keep your dressing both in front of you and laterally, while being aware of what's going on around you and watching for the signals from the drum major or the bass drum. There's a lot going on actually in that process, which tends to make you a little more confident at the end of the day. Once you go through that process, you think, oh, I can get this done.
All right, a little later tonight, Kensington Oval is going to look a whole lot different, and it's going to be packed to capacity. I'm told that even though the tickets are free for tonight's presentation, which is the inaugural Prime Minister's Cup, the final between Britain's Hill and UWI Blackbirds, the tickets are definitely hot commodity, if you can call it that, for tonight's presentation of the Prime Minister's Cup. It will be live on CBC TV8 and streaming as well. Now here we see the snow cone vendors out, and I'm sure with the heat, they're going to play a good trade today, as they often do on Saturday mornings in Bridgetown. But in the area just outside of the Cheapside Market, we can see the parade advancing.
Well, the public might get a treat, but the troops have to keep marching all the way to the end. And then I'm sure they will get plenty of opportunity to refresh themselves after dismissal.
Now, you mentioned, as we were talking about the mounted troop when they came in, that this can be one of the more difficult roles to be able to, guide the animals in the way you want them. We could see that some of them are having a little fun.
I admire the skill of the officers who are part of the mounted troop. It's been part of the tradition in Barbados for many, many years, and I expect it will continue for a few years to come.
And it must be a wonderful feeling for you to see so many Barbadians, not only you, but the other troops as well, to see so many Barbadians come out in their national colors, walk alongside the officers as they march through Bridgetown as well.
Encourage them and enjoy the music while they're at it.
Now, you mentioned that the young men who are leading at the front of the parade, they have a totally different role. It must be interesting to see how things unfold in terms of getting people in their respective spaces to ensure things flow on a continual basis.
Yeah, it's interesting that every single person on parade has a very specific function, even if you're not aware of what it is. But every last detail is planned. Every last person is in place for a reason.
And we see the first troops just reaching the St. Mary's Church as the others kind of bring up the rear and are just passing outside of the Advocate and the BIDC Business Center here on Fontebelle. So it's quite the stretch. Quite a distance. Here we see the parade commander making her way just in front of the troops. And roving response, definitely a team effort. Roving response in place to ensure that things are going smoothly as well. We see quite a number of swords come out for the parades, even though we see the weapons across the board when it comes to the parades. I'm always interested in trying to figure out who has a sword and who has a gun and what's the significance.
Well, very simple. A sword is part of the ceremonial dress for an officer. And certainly when the troops are armed and carrying bayonets, then officers will carry swords. And not just carry them, there's a very specific drill using the swords. Very specific ways of carrying them, very specific ways of saluting with them.
And the troops are, the first ones are just passing the St. Mary's Church. There's so many historic buildings and stories here in Bridgetown. This church built way back in 1825. So there's great significance to the Bridgetown area and her garrison, of which you're a part.
A lot of history, a lot of military history in Barbados actually. I mentioned last time I spoke that we've had a military presence in Barbados from the 1600s. Whether that was the core of Barbados Yeomanry, the Barbados Militia, all the way through the Barbados Volunteer Force. And as I mentioned, Barbados Volunteer Force, we have a wonderful throwback shot to it, marching with their arms at the position of the recover. That's just a little spectacle.
Oh, that's for spectacle. I was just about to ask you what was the significance of marching with the arms that way. We also saw, in speaking of the weapons they carry, we also see that the Coast Guard, they carry a different weapon.
They do. The Coast Guard and the Corps of Women on this occasion carry the somewhat antiquated submachine gun, but it serves its purpose for ceremonial. The members of the Guard of Honor will be carrying their M16 rifles. And the Corps of Women, not to be outdone, also bring their weapons to the position of the recover. There's a little bit of interest to the march.
We also saw some of them with a feather in the cap, not in the traditional Barbadian sense.
So in military talk, we call that a hackle. That fits into the beret. Green and yellow typically for the regiment, and blue and yellow typically for the cadet corps.
All right. I'm told that the Sergeant Major always carries a sword as well, but he doesn't display it in the same way that others do.
Yes, you've been taking notes from someone, I think. The warrant officer also is entitled to carry a sword on parade, but it is never drawn, except on one special occasion when the regimental sergeant major gets to draw his sword during the ceremony of trooping the color.
And here comes the other detachment.
Members of the Barbados Cadet Corps infantry units in their ceremonial uniform, followed by the Sea Cadet Division. The Sea Cadets actually started out as an interest group for regular cadets, if you like, but it has grown so well and so significantly that it became its own division, essentially, with its own command, and now they number over 260 Sea Cadets.
How many cadets are on parade today? Do we know?
I'm sure someone does. I'd have to make a call and get the number, but we've had actually 3 detachments of cadets of about 36 each, so we can do the math. When we add in the various supernumerary youngsters, we had a very, very good presentation here today. Cadets carrying the traditional 303 rifles, carrying them at the trail on this occasion as part of the spectacle. And those rifles, by the way, are quite heavy.
Has it been difficult throughout the years to keep a steady flow of cadets, young people coming to the organization?
Not really, because I think our activities are sufficiently varied and interesting to attract youngsters to the cadet corps.
Let's talk a little bit about this particular uniform for those who might have missed it.
I don't recall the exact occasion when it was first used, but suffice it to say it was such a hit that we've used it every year since then as part of a ceremonial uniform.
And then the one behind with the blue and white is referred to as the toy soldier.
That I have a little clearer recollection on. That was first used on the 21st anniversary of independence of Barbados. And that formed part of a display team. And it was thought to be so attractive that it was adopted for the band of the Barbados Cadet Corps.
We see the young drummer there draped in
the leopard skin.
The leopard skin. What's the significance of that?
Again, that is quite traditional in military bands. The drummers almost always wear the leopard skin for two good reasons. One, it looks very good. And two, it actually protects the uniform from the rubbing, the wear and tear of the drums.
Now this is a truly proud moment. You've mentioned it throughout, how the young people of Barbados have really taken center stage with this parade, but we were just seeing the members of the Barbados Youth Advance Corps, formerly the Barbados Youth Service, really marching with pride.
A fantastic program, administered, I must tell you, by many retired members of the Barbados Defense Force. This is a program that is very, very productive.
And we can see lots of parents and well-wishers, I would imagine friends and relatives alike, snapping photos, faces proud of these young people celebrating Barbados in this way today. Something I'd love to see, and maybe I'll propose it for the 60th, if not for next year. It would be great to see a citizens contingent being able to join the parade, if only on the road for the ceremonial march after. Maybe they can encourage the citizens group or the citizens detachment to wear national colors, so there's some uniformity as well. But I know there are many Barbadians who would love to, as they are here, march along with the troops and the groups, the various groups and detachments who come out.
There's a thought. Would you be willing to trade in your trademark heels for a pair of boots?
Absolutely not. And now we see the first part of the parade just making their way to the top of Broad Street here, just outside of National Hero Square, while the BYAC, they're bringing up the rear, more or less, in the area of the St. Mary's Church.
Yeah.
So the Prime Minister should be in place to be able to start to take that salute.
Indeed.
Let's talk again about the significance of this salute to the Prime Minister in the area of the National Hero Square.
Well, very much part of the parade is the march through town, which almost always culminates with a salute. It depends on where the parade is being held. When it's at the garrison, the salute is given right by government headquarters. On this occasion, the choice was made to have the salute done in National Hero Square.
Any significance there, or for any particular reason at all?
Well, the Prime Minister is head and chair of the Defense Board, which is part of the administration of the Barbados Defense Force. So it is proper that she gets her salute.
So at this stage, as the troops approach this area, I would imagine they're given an instruction to
eyes right.
Eyes right.
If you look at them, you'll see they're looking over squarely over their right shoulder, and trying to make eye contact with the Prime Minister.
And they've now moved the weapons back into the original position.
That's correct.
Quickly followed by the Zouave band. I would imagine keeping pace.
Keeping pace. Setting pace, indeed.
Setting pace for for the troops.
Smart salute here by the Drum Major Sergeant Shane Mears and the Director of Music Captain Brian Cole.
And I most certainly have a newfound appreciation from the members of the band as you kind of laid out all they have to do to be able to keep pace, set pace, and stay in tune.
Read and play the right
in
music.
step.
Yeah.
What a gorgeous view of our city with Chamberlain Place in the background, or historic Parliament building on the right, which is at this time undergoing some renovation as well, and National Hero Square on the left of the screen.
A wonderful spectacle.
And we talked a lot about this uniform. We most certainly are not accustomed to seeing officers in shorts, even though we have the heat here in Barbados.
It looks pretty good to me. In fact, this uniform was worn on the 100th anniversary of the Barbados Regiment some years ago as part of that spectacle, and I think people liked it so much that they kept it around for occasions just like these.
Are there
Prime Minister
any
receiving her eyes right from the Corps of Women. I'm sure she's proud of that.
There she is on the dais, just across from Parliament. I was about to ask you if there are any special activities or maybe group sessions or occasions that are put on for the Corps of Women.
Well, I believe that the women are more than capable these days of planning their own activities. When you think about it, we now have women in every rank in the military, from lieutenant colonel all the way down. Right across the breadth of the Barbados Defence Force. And they serve with some distinction to a point where I think we can fairly say that things would not be the same without them.
Now we see the government security guards just making their way in the area of St. Mary's Church, heading toward the City Centre Mall, which is a high-rise car park here in Bridgetown, for those who have not visited recently or who are not familiar with the area, as this detachment moves into the area to salute the Prime Minister.
Indeed. The Prime Minister is very keen supporting the Barbados Cadet Corps, and I am advised she has a special interest in the Sea Cadets. And they will give her their compliments with pride.
And here's the street side view where we can see a few other faces. The Brigadier standing just to the left of the Prime Minister, and Minister of Home Affairs Wilfred Abrams over more to her right.
Minister Abrams, by the way, was also a cadet.
No.
That's true.
I'm surprised.
A fairly good one at that.
All right. That's another interesting thing to note. I did not know that. But as we look at these views of Bridgetown, it's amazing to think of how Bridgetown has changed through the years, yet remained looking quite the same. Because
Indeed.
if we look at photos from the early 1900s, you can still see the basic shape, the feel of the buildings, the way the roads flow, etc. But we can see the development that has occurred in Bridgetown. And one thing that has caught my attention is when we have these overhead shots, how many solar panels and PV panels we now see on rooftops. We certainly would love to see more as we move more in the direction of becoming far more sustainable as a nation with energy and otherwise.
A very curious mixture of retaining old and new.
Absolutely.
Tradition with modernity. It works.
And we were talking about that throughout the parade as well. Now here are the members of the BGIS saluting the Prime Minister of Barbados. And here comes the detachment of young women.
Quite impressive.
And I had quite a few messages about the pleats and this uniform as well. There are lots of people who've indicated that they do indeed love this uniform because it sets them apart from the other military women as well, or women in the military rather, and some of the other uniforms.
I suspect that it's a design that's here to stay.
And I can only see growth with the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps from here on in. I know you talked about how much the Barbados Defence Force does in different areas, as I asked you about the troops who are on display, to let me know there's so many other roles that people must perform in to be able to make this happen. But you also work along with the BYAC. Talk to us a little bit about that project. I know last visit over to Pentagon, I saw that a new space was being built for them as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Barbados Cadet Corps operates, of course, within the school system. But there are many young people outside of the school system who also benefit from good guidance and good instruction. And we're happy to provide whatever assistance may be necessary to support the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps. And in fact, many former soldiers, senior non-commissioned officers of the Barbados Defence Force, have gone on to work with the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps.
Certainly, the program has changed throughout the years as well. Initially, when it was the Barbados Youth Service, I feel as though it was a little different from what we are seeing now in terms of working to create a more rounded young person.
It was certainly revised and reworked and revamped to be much more inclusive of a broader cross-section with a much more targeted program.
Absolutely. And we're still waiting for the last of the troops and the last of the detachments to march past as they give that salute to Prime Minister Motley. And as we reflect on everything that has happened today from the start here at Kensington Oval all the way over to Hero Square, your general thoughts on today's presentation?
A very, very good parade. I am sure Brigadier Lovell is going to be happy. I'm absolutely sure.
And from your perspective, your vantage point, I know you're particularly proud of the Cadet Corps because of the place you hold with them and the place they hold in your heart, but generally your personal thoughts on the presentation.
A very good parade. And the display in particular with the Cadet Corps, well, I can't admit that they tug at my heartstrings a little bit, I suppose.
All right, well, we certainly brought you all of the action here from the Kensington Oval. Here we have the members of the Barbados Police Service. Eyes right?
Eyes right.
And making that
Making
salute.
eye contact with the Prime Minister, saying we are here to serve.
And another positive for me is hearing about the young cadets of the fire service.
Indeed.
Who are also just behind the fire
approaching.
officers.
Yeah, this is a wonderful, wonderful initiative.
It's a great program to be able to feed youth, as you do, through the Cadet Corps and into the Barbados Defence Force, into the Barbados Fire Service. And hopefully we'll see that extended maybe in future to the Barbados Police Service as well.
Well, in fact, now that we see the band, the band has had a band cadet system for many years, and many of the musicians, even serving now, started their musical journey as very young people coming into the cadet band service of the police force.
Just behind the Barbados Police Force.
Barbados Prison Service.
We don't often get to see them out on display, but they too have displayed a very high level of presentation, a
very,
great
very
presentation
high standard
with
of drill achieved here by the fire service, yes.
followed by a small detachment from the government security guards.
Mm-hmm. They fight for and I think earn their place on a parade like this.
Absolutely. And then, of course, what I'm calling for might already be in place, a small citizen detachment kind of bringing up the rear in this part of the presentation. And all of them, this is obviously coordinated in their national colors, literally from head to toe.
And they get a nod from the Prime Minister.
Absolutely, she's smiling broadly, as is MP Cynthia Ford in her colors as well, her national colors. Here come the Girl Guides.
The Girl Guides, accompanied by their own band, or corps of drums rather.
How long has the Corps of Drums been in place, this grouping from the Barbados Girl Guides?
I'm not sure exactly when it started, but it's a few years old now, and it got a lot of assistance from a former member of the Barbados Regiment Band, Mr. Delvin Cox, who did a lot of work with them. In fact, he's done a lot of work with many groups across Barbados.
You'd also mentioned that this group is a whole lot smaller than we've seen in previous years. Maybe they're going through some type of transition. I seem to agree with, seeing a bigger contingent from the Girl Guides in previous years.
I'd like to see them back to the regular numbers from years ago. Not to be outdone, the members of the Barbados Legion strutting their stuff as well, making their way up.
What are some of the other ways that the BDF engages with members of the Legion?
Well, the initial concept behind supporting the Legion, and we've just been through the puppy appeal, etc., was to make sure that they had a fairly decent quality of life post-service. So assistance with home repairs or house painting, that sort of thing, is fairly regularly done in support of not just the ex-legionnaires, but their families as well. They will have had partners and children, etc. That we still try our best to make some provision for where possible.
I believe that's the land ship just making their way into or out of the screen, making their way to
St. John Ambulance Association.
St. John Ambulance Association. Another name that I've grown up hearing about for many, many years, and it's great to see a lot of these community groups here. Now, remember, 2025 is all about coming long home. The theme is Come Long Home for Barbadians and those who just love Barbados as well, as we embark on regathering in 2025. I'm sure that the parade then, this is a big look ahead, but I'm sure the parade then will be quite an interesting one and can take on a different shape if we do in fact have a citizens contingent to be able to kind of march and be a part of the presentation.
Well, this is interesting because we have a lot of service persons serving in countries outside of Barbados who may well, I don't know, opt to form a contingent and be a part of our national parade. It would make a very interesting spectacle.
And of course, today's presentation featuring Shirley Chisholm heavily as we mark her centenary year. It doesn't end here because there will be a photo that will be mounted in the House of Parliament to continue to observe this American congresswoman, the first black congresswoman at that, who credits much of her life's work to her upbringing, early upbringing here in Barbados as well. So we want to thank you so much for joining us on this historic occasion. And of course, we invite you to continue to enjoy your Independence Day festivities safely and let the spirit of independence fill your hearts. Final words from you, Major Taylor.
Little Barbados continues to make it smart, continues to punch above its own weight. I am so proud of what we've achieved here today and what we continue to achieve.
So on behalf of the planning and production teams who have worked assiduously to bring this to you today, and Major Alfred Taylor of the Barbados Defense Force, I'm Tisha Hines. Happy Independence and Republic Day from all of us to you.
Happy Independence, Barbados.